Welcome to Restful Tales, your doorway to peaceful dreams. Like, share, comment, and subscribe to keep the stories alive. Sweet dreams awaits. Let's begin the story. The night air was thick with an unsettling quiet as Tom stepped out of his car and approached the entrance of the mall. The once bustling shopping center had been closed for years, its windows dark and cracked, its parking lot empty except for a few stray vehicles. The neon lights above the entrance flickered intermittently, casting an eerie glow over the scene. Tom took a deep breath, steadying himself. He wasn't exactly excited about working the midnight shift at an abandoned mall, but it paid well enough to cover his bills. His footsteps echoed on the cracked pavement as he made his way to the front doors. The night watchman had called in sick, and Tom had been called in to cover the shift. The mall had always been a quiet place at night, empty halls and darkened shops. But there was something about the place tonight that felt different. A cold wind gusted through the trees, rustling the leaves in an odd, rhythmic pattern. He pushed the door open, the heavy metal creaking in protest, and stepped inside. The lights inside flickered, casting long, distorted shadows on the walls. The place smelled of dust and forgotten memories, the remnants of a time when the mall was alive. Now it was a ghost town. The main security desk sat in the middle of the atrium, a large room with high ceilings and faded signs hanging from the walls. The desk was manned by a single figure, a middle-aged man with tired eyes who barely looked up when Tom entered. The man was wearing a faded uniform and slouched in his chair, his face illuminated only by the dim light of the nearby security monitors. "You must be Tom," the man said, his voice dry and rasping. "You're here to cover the shift?" "Yeah," Tom replied, trying to sound confident. "What's the situation?" The man grunted and motioned to the security monitors on the desk. "It's a quiet night for the most part. You'll just need to monitor the cameras, make sure nothing's out of the ordinary. The mall's been closed for years, but we've had a few break-ins recently. We don't want anyone sneaking around after hours." Tom nodded, glancing at the monitors. The cameras were focused on various parts of the mall: empty hallways, dimly lit stores, and shadowy corners. It was strange seeing a place that used to be full of people now so silent. But Tom had worked plenty of odd jobs before. This one was no different. He could handle it. The older man handed him a set of keys and stood up slowly. "I'll leave you to it. Just keep an eye on the cameras and call me if anything strange happens. I'll be in the back office." Tom watched the man leave, his footsteps fading into the distance. He sat down at the security desk, adjusting the monitors so he could see every corner of the mall. The flickering lights and silence were unsettling, but it wasn't enough to bother him. It was just another job. As the hours passed, Tom's eyes grew heavy. The soft hum of the security cameras was a lullaby in the background, and he found himself nodding off between checks. He had barely noticed when the lights flickered again, this time more violently, casting eerie shadows that seemed to move on their own. He rubbed his eyes and sat up straighter, feeling a cold shiver run down his spine. "Just the lights," he muttered, trying to reassure himself. "Nothing to worry about." But something felt off. The temperature in the room had dropped, and there was an unsettling stillness in the air. Tom glanced at the monitors again. The hallways were still empty, but something was different. There was a dark figure standing in one of the store windows, just out of view. He blinked, thinking it was a glitch in the camera, but when he checked the feed again, the figure was still there. It wasn't the shadow of a mannequin or a trick of the light. It was something. Someone. He felt a tightness in his chest, but he shook it off. Maybe it was another security guard, someone he hadn't seen yet. The mall was enormous, after all, and he hadn't checked every corner. He grabbed his flashlight and walked down the hallway, the soft click of his boots echoing in the vast, empty space. The figure was still there, standing in the same spot. Tom's pulse quickened as he approached the store window. His flashlight flickered as he aimed it toward the figure, but it wasn't there anymore. The space was empty. Tom exhaled a slow breath, trying to calm his nerves. It was just his imagination. He had been up for too long. He turned to walk back to the security desk, but as he did, he heard something. A faint whisper, like a voice calling his name. Tom. He froze, his heart racing. The voice came from nowhere, yet it felt so close, as if someone was standing right behind him. He spun around quickly, but the hallway was empty. The soft hum of the lights above was the only sound, now louder in the oppressive silence. "Must be the wind," he muttered, though his voice shook as he spoke. He quickly made his way back to the security desk, his mind racing. There was nothing unusual in the cameras, no sign of anyone else, yet the feeling of being watched didn't leave him. He sat down at the desk again, trying to steady his nerves. It was just an old mall, after all. There were bound to be strange noises and flickering lights. Nothing to worry about. But deep down, Tom couldn't shake the feeling that he wasn't alone in the building. The minutes crawled by as Tom sat at the security desk, trying to shake off the unsettling feeling that had taken root in his mind. The mall's silence seemed to press down on him, the hum of the security monitors now the only sound that filled the vast, hollow space. Every creak of the building, every flicker of the lights, made his heart beat a little faster. It felt like something was waiting just beyond the edge of his vision, something that would reveal itself the moment he looked away. He glanced at the monitors again, half expecting to see something, anything, out of the ordinary. The halls were as empty as they had been the last time he checked. No movement, no shadows creeping along the walls. Yet the feeling of being watched didn't ease. His mind wandered to the oddity he'd seen earlier, the figure in the store window. It had been there for only a moment, but in the darkness of the mall, it felt like it had been staring at him for hours. He couldn't understand why it had disappeared so quickly, or why he hadn't been able to see it clearly. It didn't make sense. Taking a deep breath, he stood up from the desk and decided to make his rounds. Maybe walking the halls would calm his nerves, remind him that this was just a job, just a normal job. Tom grabbed his flashlight, the cold metal of the handle grounding him as he walked toward the first hallway. The mall stretched out before him, its towering walls lined with closed stores and dimly lit corridors. The fluorescent lights above buzzed intermittently, casting sickly yellow glows over everything. The further he walked, the more the silence seemed to consume him. He passed by store after store, each one locked tight with dusty windows. It all seemed so empty. The once thriving place now felt like a mausoleum, a monument to the days when people filled the halls, chatting and shopping. Now there was only emptiness. Tom's footsteps echoed in the quiet, a constant reminder of how alone he was. As he reached the end of the hallway, a sudden sound caught his attention, a soft, almost imperceptible scuffling noise. It came from the corner of his ear, barely loud enough to be heard over the hum of the lights. Tom froze. The sound was faint but distinct. It was the sound of something or someone moving. He turned sharply, shining his flashlight toward the source of the noise. There was nothing, just the darkened windows of the stores, their interiors hidden in shadow. He listened carefully, but the sound had stopped. His heart hammered in his chest as he stepped cautiously forward, his flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. Nothing. It was as though the noise had never happened. Tom exhaled slowly, trying to steady his racing thoughts. He was being paranoid. The mall was old, and the building settling probably made strange noises all the time. He had to focus on the job. He continued down the corridor, but the air felt thicker now, almost suffocating. The walls seemed to close in, and the distant corners of the mall were consumed by darkness. He shivered, the chill in the air biting at his skin. This place had always felt haunted, even before he'd taken the job. He passed another store window and froze. This time, he didn't even have to blink. The figure from earlier was there again, standing in the window of a store down the hall. This time, it was clear. It was a person, or at least the shape of a person, tall, thin, with a hunched posture. Its face was shadowed, obscured by the darkness of the mall, but Tom could feel its eyes on him, as though it were watching him from within the glass. Tom's pulse quickened. The figure didn't move, didn't blink, just stood there, staring. He raised his flashlight, his hand shaking as he pointed it toward the figure. It should have been impossible for someone to be standing there, not without being noticed earlier. He'd walked this corridor twice already. The figure hadn't been there before. The beam of his flashlight sliced through the darkness and landed on the window, but when he looked again, the figure was gone. He blinked rapidly, turning his head from side to side, but the store was empty. His breath came in short bursts, and his skin prickled with cold sweat. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up as he turned away, quickening his pace. He wasn't sure what he was running from, but he felt the urgent need to get back to the security desk, back to the safety of the cameras and the familiar hum of the monitors. He was almost there when a new sound stopped him, this time much louder. It was the sound of footsteps, slow, deliberate, echoing from somewhere far behind him. Tom's heart skipped a beat. He spun around, expecting to see someone, but there was no one. The hallway stretched out before him, dark and empty. The footsteps continued, growing louder, closer, a deep, rhythmic sound that seemed to reverberate through the very walls of the mall. Without thinking, Tom sprinted back toward the security desk, the sound of the footsteps now a steady drumbeat in his ears. He couldn't look back. He couldn't stop. When he reached the desk, he slammed his hand down on the intercom button, hoping to reach the older guard in the back office. But there was no response, just the static of the line. His breath was ragged as he turned toward the monitors, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. The cameras were fine. Everything seemed normal. But then a flicker, a sudden glitch. A figure appeared in the corner of one of the screens, just standing there in the shadows. A figure that wasn't there a moment ago. Tom's throat tightened. It was the same figure, the same shape, and it was standing in the dark corner of the mall, watching him through the screen. Tom's hand trembled as he stared at the security monitor. The figure in the corner remained, its tall, thin shape lurking in the shadows, just out of reach of the camera's light. The longer he looked, the more it seemed to take shape, the features of its face becoming clearer. It was a man, or at least it resembled one, but there was something unnatural about the way it stood. Its arms hung unnaturally low, almost like it was stretching its limbs too far, as if it didn't belong in the world of the living. Tom rubbed his eyes, blinking rapidly, but the figure didn't disappear. It was still there, standing motionless, watching. Just a glitch, he muttered to himself, trying to convince his racing heart that this wasn't real. But his voice faltered, and his hands, clammy and cold, gripped the edges of the desk. He couldn't tear his eyes away from the screen. The footsteps, still echoing through the hall, grew louder again. They were closing in. Tom could feel the weight of them in his chest. Each step sounded like it was coming from just behind him. But when he turned around, there was nothing, no one. The figure in the camera feed hadn't moved. It just stood there, staring. His mind raced, filled with a jumble of questions and dread. Who was this person? How had they gotten inside? And why did they seem so wrong? He reached for the walkie-talkie clipped to his belt, his fingers fumbling as he tried to bring it to his lips. The static crackled in his ear. Then a voice, thin and distorted, came through. Tom, can you hear me? It was the night guard, the one who had called in sick. His voice sounded distant, muffled, as if coming from the other end of a long tunnel. Yeah, I hear you, Tom said, trying to keep his voice steady. What's going on? There's someone in here, I think. A figure. It's just standing in one of the corners. The voice on the other end was slow, deliberate. That's impossible. The mall's been locked for years. No one could have gotten in. But I'm seeing it on the cameras. Tom's voice rose, panic creeping into his words. There's someone there, and I keep hearing footsteps. I don't know what's going on, but I need help. A long pause followed. Tom could almost hear the guard breathing, the tension building. Finally, the voice returned, quieter this time. Stay where you are, Tom. Don't leave the desk. I'll call for backup. Tom opened his mouth to reply, but the walkie-talkie buzzed with static, and then the line went dead. The silence that followed was deafening. No footsteps, no voice, just the hum of the mall's lights and the eerie stillness. For a moment, he simply stared at the monitor. The figure hadn't moved, but it seemed different now. Its form looked more solid, more real, as if it was slowly stepping out of the shadows. A cold sweat broke out across Tom's forehead. He couldn't take his eyes off it. Then, as if to confirm his worst fears, the figure took a step forward. One slow, deliberate movement. It wasn't a glitch. It wasn't his imagination. The figure was real. His breath caught in his throat. The footsteps had stopped, but something else had started. The unmistakable sound of someone breathing. Deep, ragged breaths, as though someone was standing right behind him, breathing down his neck. Tom spun around, his heart pounding in his chest. But again, there was nothing. No one. The mall was as empty as it had been, except for the figure on the screen. The lights overhead flickered again, and in the brief moment of darkness, Tom thought he saw the figure move closer. His pulse raced as he grabbed his flashlight and swung it around, scanning the empty space around him. His body was tense, every nerve on edge, but there was no one there. Nothing. The figure in the camera feed was now standing in the center of the room, right under the flickering lights, its face still obscured in darkness. Tom could see the faint outline of its features now, the way its head tilted at an unnatural angle. It wasn't human, at least not in any way Tom recognized. A shiver ran down his spine as the air in the room grew colder. He could see his breath now, a thin cloud of vapor in front of his face. The temperature had dropped drastically in the span of a few seconds. The voice came again, distorted and crackling through the intercom. Tom, don't look directly at it. Don't move. Don't turn around. Tom froze. The voice sounded different now. Urgent, desperate, like a warning. Stay where you are. Don't move. The air grew heavier, the pressure in his chest tightening with every passing second. He couldn't look away from the screen. The figure had started to move again, slowly, its arms hanging like something out of a nightmare. Each step it took sent a wave of dread through Tom's body. He could hear its breathing, now louder, rasping with each breath. The closer it got, the more real it felt. It wasn't a ghost, not some figment of his imagination. It was something else entirely, something worse. Tom's heart was pounding in his chest, the sound of his rapid heartbeat drowned out only by the harsh, rasping breaths that seemed to echo through the air. The figure on the screen was closer now, standing just at the edge of the light, its dark, distorted shape twisting unnaturally with every movement. The air had grown so cold that Tom could see his breath in front of him, a cloud of vapor that disappeared as quickly as it appeared. He felt his skin prickle with an unnatural chill. Every instinct told him to run, to get out of the mall and into the safety of the outside world. But his body was frozen, locked in place as though some unseen force was holding him there. He tried to turn the camera feed off, but the buttons on the security desk wouldn't respond. It was as though the entire system had frozen, as if the mall itself was pulling him deeper into its web, trapping him inside. He slammed his fist against the desk, but nothing changed. And then the figure moved. It stepped closer to the camera, the distorted shape looming larger on the screen. Its head tilted to the side, as though it were studying Tom, examining him with cold, calculating eyes. The breath grew louder, closer, as though the figure were standing just on the other side of the security desk, watching him through the glass. Tom couldn't take it anymore. He had to move. He had to get out. His legs felt like lead as he stood, his pulse racing as he grabbed his flashlight and moved toward the hallway. But the moment he stood up, the air shifted. The entire mall seemed to exhale, a low, deep rumble vibrating through the floor. The lights flickered again, the cold air growing more intense with each passing second. His flashlight barely illuminated the path ahead as he stumbled into the darkened hallway, his breath coming in shallow gasps. The footsteps behind him had stopped, but he could feel the presence of something, someone, following him just out of sight. He quickened his pace, walking faster, his mind screaming at him to get to the exit. He needed to leave. This place was wrong. Something was terribly wrong. But when he reached the end of the hallway, he froze. At the far end, a door had opened. The thick metal door, which had always been locked, now stood ajar, an inviting crack of darkness beckoning him forward. His flashlight flickered and went out, plunging him into complete blackness. A sickening feeling rose in his stomach as he stared at the door. He didn't want to go in. He didn't want to go anywhere near that place. The whispers started again, low and indistinct at first, like murmurs carried on the wind, but then clearer, louder. "Come closer." Tom's blood ran cold. The voice was soft, sweet, like a lullaby, but there was something sinister in its tone. The voice didn't belong to any living being. It was ancient, twisted, and familiar. He tried to back away, but his legs wouldn't obey him. The force of the voice seemed to pull him forward, dragging him toward the open door. He had no choice. His feet moved without his command, dragging him closer to the darkness. The whispers grew louder with each step, now unmistakable. His name, repeated over and over. Tom, Tom, Tom. He couldn't stop. His body moved, as though compelled by some unseen hand, his flashlight useless in the dark. He reached the door, and as his hand touched the cold metal handle, the whisper stopped. A sudden silence filled the air, and the temperature dropped even further. Without thinking, Tom opened the door and stepped into the darkness. The room was vast, stretching out endlessly before him, the walls hidden in shadow. His breath echoed in the silence. He could feel the weight of the darkness pressing down on him, the oppressive stillness that seemed to swallow him whole. The air smelled stale like dust and decay. He took a few more hesitant steps forward, his mind racing. The whispers were gone now, but the heavy feeling of being watched remained. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up, and a chill ran through him that had nothing to do with the cold air. Suddenly, the door behind him slammed shut with a deafening bang. Tom spun around, panic rising in his chest. The door had been locked. He could see it clearly, the thick iron bars across the entrance. He was trapped. A faint glow appeared ahead of him, and as his eyes adjusted to the dim light, he saw a figure standing in the center of the room. It was the same figure from before, but now it seemed different, more solid, more real. The figure tilted its head at him, its long, bony arms reaching down toward the floor. Its eyes were glowing faintly, two pinpricks of light in the sea of darkness. Tom couldn't tear his eyes away from them. They were mesmerizing, pulling him in, beckoning him closer. No matter how much he tried to move, he couldn't look away. He couldn't break free from its gaze. And then, in a voice that sent a shiver down his spine, the figure spoke. "You shouldn't have come." The words weren't words at all, but a deep, hollow sound that resonated within his chest. Tom's heart pounded, his body shaking uncontrollably. The figure raised its arms, its fingers curling into claws, and took a step forward. It was coming for him. The figure's movement was slow, deliberate, like it was savoring each step it took toward Tom. His breath hitched, panic flooding his veins. His body screamed for him to run, but the more he tried to move, the more his limbs felt heavy, as though the darkness itself was weighing him down. The air seemed to thicken around him, suffocating him with a presence he couldn't escape. Its glowing eyes locked onto his, unblinking, and in that moment, Tom knew he couldn't fight it. He had no strength left to resist. Every instinct screamed for him to flee, but his body betrayed him, frozen in place by an invisible force. The figure's voice came again, softer this time, as though it were speaking directly inside Tom's mind. "You're already too late," it whispered. "This place, it never lets go." Tom's heart raced. He opened his mouth to scream, but no sound came out. His throat felt tight, suffocating. The figure's presence seemed to expand, filling the room with an overwhelming darkness, the edges of the space blurring and warping as if the walls were breathing. The figure stopped just inches away from him. Its cold breath washed over Tom's skin, sending a tremor through him. Its face was barely visible now, hidden in the shadows, but Tom could feel the eyes on him, watching, studying. A low, guttural sound escaped from the figure's throat, like a growl vibrating in the pit of Tom's stomach. It reached out, its long, clawed fingers brushing against Tom's cheek. The touch was ice cold, sending waves of shock through his body. It was as if the touch was draining the warmth from him, pulling him deeper into the darkness. Tom felt the darkness creeping into his own mind, like tendrils of cold fog wrapping around his thoughts. The room seemed to stretch and twist, becoming something else, something alien and suffocating. He tried to move again, but his legs wouldn't obey him. He couldn't escape. The walls pressed in, the air growing heavier, the silence broken only by the sound of his shallow breathing. He wanted to cry out, to beg for help, but the words wouldn't form. The figure's face slowly emerged from the shadows. Tom could now see it clearly. Its features were gaunt, its skin stretched too tight over its bones, with eyes that were wide and empty, like black voids. Its mouth, too wide, stretched into an unnatural grin, revealing rows of sharp, jagged teeth. For the first time, Tom could hear the whispers again. The words were indistinct, too many voices overlapping, murmuring in a language he couldn't understand. The sound was maddening, a cacophony that drowned out everything else. He felt the weight of those voices pressing into his skull, filling his mind with chaos. "You shouldn't have come," the figure repeated, its voice now a chorus of twisted echoes. "It's too late for you." Suddenly, the floor beneath Tom gave way, and he plunged into the darkness. Tom's body fell through the void, weightless for a moment before crashing against something hard and cold. Pain shot through his limbs as he tumbled to the ground, his head spinning. His mind raced, struggling to comprehend what had just happened. He had been standing in a room in a mall. Now he was in some other place, a realm that defied logic and reason. The air was thick, stifling, the temperature unbearably cold. He could see nothing but the faintest outlines of shapes in the darkness, shadows that seemed to stretch and twist unnaturally, as if they were alive, pulsating with some kind of dark energy. His breath came out in jagged gasps, visible in the air before dissipating, swallowed by the oppressive silence. He struggled to stand, his hands trembling as he pushed himself up from the cold, hard surface. Every movement felt sluggish, as though the very air itself was working against him. He blinked rapidly, trying to make sense of the environment around him, but all he could see were strange, shifting shapes that didn't quite look like anything he knew. As his vision adjusted to the darkness, he began to make out the faint outlines of walls, but they weren't like the smooth, sterile surfaces of the mall. These walls were cracked and jagged, as though they had been eroded over time. their surfaces covered in strange markings and symbols that glowed faintly in the dark. He took a step forward, his body moving instinctively. The air was so thick with an unnatural energy that it felt as if he were wading through water. Each movement took more effort than the last, and his head felt heavy, as though it were being weighed down by an invisible force. The silence in this strange place was suffocating, broken only by the sound of his own breathing, which sounded far too loud in the stillness. Then, from deep within the shadows, he heard a sound, a faint scraping noise, followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps. His heart skipped a beat. The footsteps were slow at first, methodical, echoing off the walls in rhythmic intervals. Tom froze, his body stiff with fear. The sound grew louder, closer, and with each step, his pulse quickened. There was no way to know who or what was out there. He couldn't see anything, just the flickering shadows that stretched and recoiled. His mind screamed for him to run, to get out of this place, but his feet refused to move. The footsteps grew louder, closer, until they were just behind him. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, stepping into the dim glow of the strange symbols etched into the walls. Tom's breath caught in his throat. It was the same figure from the mall, the one that had haunted the security cameras, the one that had whispered his name. But it looked different now, more solid, more real, like it had been summoned by the very place Tom had fallen into. The figure was tall, impossibly thin. Its arms stretched down to its knees, its long fingers curling like claws. Its face was a pale, hollow mask, its eyes black pits that seemed to swallow the light around them. Its mouth was a jagged line, stretching unnaturally across its face. Tom's body trembled, his breath shallow and ragged. The figure didn't move toward him immediately. Instead, it just stood there, watching him with its cold, empty gaze. "You shouldn't have come," the figure's voice echoed, its words distorted and layered, like many voices speaking at once. "You cannot escape." Tom's heart pounded in his chest, each beat sending shockwaves of fear through his body. The words seemed to twist in his mind, drowning out his thoughts. The figure stepped forward, its long, thin legs carrying it effortlessly across the ground. Its movements were fluid, unnatural, as if it weren't bound by the same laws of physics as Tom. Tom tried to speak, to cry out, but no sound came. His throat felt tight, constricted, as though something were pressing against it from the inside. His legs shook, and his vision blurred as he stumbled backward, away from the figure. But no matter how much he tried to move, he was drawn closer to it, as if some invisible force were pulling him in. The figure raised its arms, the long, bony fingers reaching toward him. Tom could feel the chill emanating from its outstretched limbs, the air around him growing even colder. He could see the light flicker and distort around the figure, as if it were warping reality itself. "You will stay with us?" the figure whispered, its voice low and insistent, like a command. "You will never leave." The words echoed in his mind, drowning out everything else. Tom felt his body give way, his strength draining from him, as though the very energy of his being was being siphoned away. He couldn't fight it anymore. He couldn't escape. The figure's fingers brushed against his skin, and in that moment, Tom felt an overwhelming sense of despair, as if the darkness had consumed everything he had ever known. He tried to scream, to break free, but the world around him grew darker, colder, and then, with a final shudder, everything went black. Tom's eyes snapped open, but there was no clarity. The darkness consumed him completely, the void stretching endlessly around him. His body felt numb, like he was floating in space, with no up or down, no left or right. He couldn't feel his feet on solid ground, and the air was thin, almost non-existent, leaving him gasping for breath that wouldn't come. Panic clawed at his chest. He wanted to scream, but there was no sound. He reached out with his hands, but only met emptiness, cold and unyielding. His heart raced in the silence, his pulse deafening in his ears. What had happened? Where was he? The crushing weight of isolation pressed down on him. The darkness around him seemed to stretch, folding and twisting in strange patterns that defied logic. It felt as though the very fabric of reality had unraveled, leaving him stranded in a place beyond comprehension. He reached out again, his hands trembling. This time there was something there, a slight resistance. His fingers brushed against something cold, smooth, and tangible. It felt like a wall, but it was different, more ethereal, translucent, as if it were a barrier between worlds. He pressed against it, his palms flat against the surface. There was a strange hum beneath his fingertips, a vibration that resonated deep within him. It was as if the wall itself was alive, pulsing with some sort of energy, beckoning him closer. And then the whispers began. Low and faint at first, they grew louder, surrounding him from all directions. They were unintelligible, like a swarm of voices murmuring just out of reach, their words echoing through his skull. The air around him shifted, and with it the whispers grew clearer. You cannot escape. This is where you belong. The darkness calls. Each voice seemed to resonate in his very bones, each word more chilling than the last. The whispers tugged at his mind, pulling him deeper into the abyss. He tried to shut them out, but they kept coming relentless, filling the void with their hollow, insistent call. His breathing grew faster, more erratic, as he pressed harder against the invisible barrier. The energy pulsed stronger, almost as if it were alive, reacting to his desperation. The voices grew louder, overlapping, until the sound was unbearable, the force of it reverberating through his body. Suddenly, a light flickered in the distance. Tom blinked, his vision struggling to adjust. A pale, ghostly light appeared at the far end of the space, barely visible through the endless darkness. It was faint, but it beckoned him, offering the only clue in this endless void, a glimmer of hope or a track. The whispers quieted for a brief moment, and with it, Tom's mind seemed to clear. The light, no longer distant, seemed to draw him in, as though it were calling to him specifically. He had no choice. He had to go toward it. His legs moved of their own accord, pushing him forward with an unnatural force. The darkness seemed to stretch further as he moved, and the closer he got to the light, the heavier the air became. The vibrations grew stronger, like a pulse, a heartbeat echoing through the void. As he stepped closer, Tom noticed that the light wasn't coming from a source he could see. It was more like it was emanating from the walls themselves, the space around him illuminated by an eerie, unnatural glow. The ground beneath his feet felt unstable, like he was walking on the edge of something vast, something unknowable. The whispers returned, now louder than ever, growing frantic. Their tone had shifted, from distant and hollow to urgent, desperate. Leave. Do not go closer. You cannot. But it was too late. The light reached out to him, pulling him forward with an irresistible force. As he stepped into its glow, everything changed. The moment he crossed the threshold, the world around him shattered. The barrier that had surrounded him crumbled, the darkness folding in on itself. The oppressive silence was replaced with a roar, like the sound of 1,000 voices screaming in unison. The air around him crackled with energy, and Tom felt himself falling once again, his body tumbling through nothingness. He couldn't tell if he was still falling or if he had landed. The sensations of gravity and weightlessness mingled into a sickening blur. All he knew was that the light had swallowed him whole, and now the darkness was closing in again, like a vice around his chest. He was falling into something else, something deeper, darker, and more terrifying than anything he had encountered before. Tom closed his eyes, bracing for impact, but the impact never came. Instead, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in the middle of a wide, empty corridor. The walls were smooth, sterile, completely different from the otherworldly place he had just been. The light above him flickered, casting eerie shadows along the floor. The air was thick with an unnatural stillness, the silence pressing in on him like a living thing. The space stretched endlessly in both directions, no exit in sight. Tom's heart pounded in his chest as he turned in a circle, trying to make sense of the strange place he had found himself in. It was then that he noticed something or someone standing at the far end of the corridor, a figure barely visible in the distance. A tall shape, but this time, it wasn't the same dark figure that had haunted him before. No, this figure seemed familiar. Tom's pulse quickened. He couldn't tell why, but something about the figure felt different. It felt like it knew him, as if it had been waiting for him. Slowly, Tom began to walk toward it. As Tom moved toward the figure, the distance between them seemed to stretch, the hallway growing longer with each step he took. His footsteps echoed unnervingly loud in the silence, a constant reminder that he was alone, or so he thought. The figure remained motionless at the far end of the corridor, its outline faint but distinct. It seemed to pulse with a faint, glowing light, unlike anything Tom had encountered before. He stopped, a chill crawling up his spine as a wave of realization washed over him. Something about this figure wasn't right, felt familiar, like a presence from his past, but he couldn't place it. A memory that hovered just out of reach, like a name he should know but couldn't remember. The closer he got, the more the figure seemed to come into focus, its details becoming sharper. It was humanoid in shape, tall and imposing, but its face was hidden, obscured by a veil of shadow. Even so, Tom could sense its eyes that seemed to watch him intently, though they remained hidden from view. The figure didn't move, didn't acknowledge him, but the longer Tom stared at it, the more a gnawing sense of unease settled in his gut. It was as if the figure was waiting for him to approach, as if it had been expecting his arrival all along. "Who are you?" Tom whispered into the oppressive silence, his voice barely audible, as if the air itself was reluctant to carry his words. The figure didn't respond, but Tom could feel something shift in the atmosphere around him. The hallway seemed to grow darker, the shadows thickening, closing in. He took a cautious step forward, and then another, his breath shallow, his every instinct screaming at him to turn back. But something pulled him forward, an unseen force that pushed him toward the figure, as though the corridor itself was bending to its will. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the distance between them vanished. Tom found himself standing directly before the figure, so close now that he could feel the cold radiating from it, like ice encasing his bones. The figure remained still, its presence overwhelming in its silence. Tom's eyes flickered to the figure's hands, noticing the way the fingers curled slightly, as if it were about to reach out and touch him, but still it didn't move. "Why are you here?" Tom said, his voice steadier this time, though his heart pounded in his chest. "What do you want from me?" For a long moment, the figure didn't answer. Then, with an almost imperceptible motion, it raised one long, bony hand. The air around them grew colder, the shadows lengthening until they seemed to reach out like tendrils, creeping along the floor. Tom stood frozen, his body tense, his heart hammering in his chest. The figure's fingers hovered just inches from his face, its touch so close, yet it didn't seem to make contact. Instead, a strange sensation washed over him, as if something were being pulled from his very soul. "You are not meant to be here," the figure finally spoke, its voice low and distorted, like a whisper in a vast emptiness. It was not a voice that belonged to any human. It was hollow, otherworldly, and yet there was something eerily familiar about it. Tom took a step back, his mind racing. What did it mean? Not meant to be here? What was happening to him? Where was he? The figure's hand lowered slowly, and it took a step forward. For the first time, its face emerged from the shadows, revealing a pale and motionless mask. It was a face Tom didn't recognize, yet somehow he knew it. It was as if he had seen it before, long ago, in a dream or a nightmare. The eyes, when they finally met his, were cold, empty pits, endless and dark, as if they were pulling him into them. "You are not the first," the figure said, its voice carrying a heavy weight of finality. "You won't be the last." The words echoed in Tom's mind, unsettling him in ways he couldn't explain. Not the first, not the last. What did that mean? The figure's expression shifted slightly, almost imperceptibly, as though it were reading his thoughts. "This place, it feeds on those who wander too far. It traps them in its web." Tom took another step back, his mind swirling with confusion. "Where am I? What is this place?" His voice trembled now, the reality of the situation crashing down on him. "Why can't I leave?" The figure tilted its head, as if amused by his questions. "You are leaving," it replied cryptically, "but not in the way you think." Tom's pulse raced. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. He had no idea what it meant to leave this place, but he knew he didn't want to be here any longer. Suddenly, the figure reached out, its cold hand brushing against Tom's arm. He gasped, the icy touch sending a jolt through his body. It wasn't a physical pain, but a deep, soul-chilling sensation that left him reeling. The world around him began to distort, the walls of the corridor warping and twisting as if they were made of liquid. "You are already a part of this place," the figure whispered, its voice now barely audible, like a soft breath against his ear. And soon you will forget everything. Before Tom could react, everything around him collapsed into darkness. Tom's body jerked awake, but the feeling was not that of awakening from sleep. His eyes snapped open, but there was nothing familiar in his surroundings. The air felt heavy, like the world itself was suffocating under an unseen weight. He was lying on a cold, smooth surface, his limbs stiff and his chest tight. It was as though he had been held in place for an eternity, only to be released back into the world with no explanation, no mercy. As his eyes adjusted to the dim light around him, he realized he was no longer in the sterile hallway. The walls were dark, covered in strange symbols that seemed to shift when he wasn't looking directly at them. They pulsed with an eerie glow, the faintest hue of violet and green swirling across their surface. The air around him felt alive with static, crackling as if something was just out of reach, waiting to be unleashed. Tom pushed himself up, his head spinning as he tried to make sense of where he was. His body ached, like he had been dragged through a storm, but he was alive. That was the only thing that mattered. Alive. He looked around, scanning his surroundings, trying to find some hint of how he had gotten here. The room was vast, far larger than he could have ever imagined. The walls stretched upwards into an infinite abyss, the ceiling so far away it was lost in shadow. He was standing in the center of a circular chamber, and in the middle of the room, a small pedestal stood. It was adorned with the same glowing symbols that covered the walls, and upon it sat a dark, unmarked stone. The stone emanated a low hum, a resonance that made Tom's skin prickle. He felt an irresistible pull toward it, an instinctual need to approach. Every part of him screamed that he should run, that touching the stone would be the end, but he couldn't resist. Something in him knew it was connected to everything. The whispers, the darkness, the figure, and now this stone. He moved toward it, his feet dragging, his every instinct telling him to turn back. But his legs betrayed him, carrying him closer to the pedestal. As his hand reached out toward the stone, he felt the temperature drop sharply, the air growing colder with each step. Just as his fingers grazed the stone, the entire chamber seemed to shift. A tremor ran through the floor, the walls pulsing with an intensified light, and the stone itself cracked, a deep, guttural sound filling the air. Tom recoiled instinctively, but his hand was already upon it, and a jolt of raw energy surged through him. His vision blurred, and for a brief moment he felt weightless again, like he was falling through space. His body jerked as if caught between realities, and the stone's hum deepened, growing louder, until it became a deafening roar that rattled his teeth. His skin burned as though it were being seared from the inside out. Then, as suddenly as it had all begun, everything stopped. Tom gasped for breath, his chest heaving as the world around him slowly came back into focus. The chamber was still. The pedestal was silent. The stone had stopped glowing, its dark surface now dull and lifeless. But something had changed. Something deep within him had shifted. He stood there for a moment, feeling the stillness seep into his bones. The room was quiet, and for the first time in what felt like forever, the oppressive sense of dread lifted, just a little. But even in the calm, Tom couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The stone, had it shown him something? The energy that surged through him, it felt like a memory, a fragment of something long forgotten, a glimpse into a past that was not his own. He took a cautious step back, his eyes fixed on the stone, and then on the chamber. He couldn't explain what had just happened, but it was clear now. This place was more than just a physical location. It was a nexus, a meeting point for the unknown, a place where the boundaries of time and space were thin, where the veil between worlds was at its weakest. As he turned away from the stone, his gaze fell on the shadows stretching along the walls. They were moving, shifting unnaturally, and Tom felt a growing sense of unease return. The whispers, once faint, now crept back into his mind, their voices insistent, tugging at his thoughts. "You cannot escape. This is where you belong." Tom's blood ran cold. The voices weren't just in his head. They were all around him, filling the room, echoing off the walls. He spun around, but there was no one there. Just the shadows, the flickering symbols, and the stone. "You will forget, but you will always return," the whispers continued, their tones layered, overlapping, each voice different, yet the same. Tom's heart pounded in his chest. This was no longer just about escape. It was about understanding what this place truly was, and how he was connected to it. Why had he come here? And why was it so determined to keep him? The floor beneath him trembled once more, but this time, it wasn't the stone. It was something far worse. The walls began to shift, the shadows growing longer, reaching out toward him. He could feel the air grow thick again, heavy with the weight of something ancient, something that had waited long enough. Tom turned on his heel, the whispers following him, growing louder, more urgent. The stone had revealed nothing, but the truth was just as terrifying. He wasn't just a visitor here, he was part of it, and it was pulling him deeper. Tom's heart raced as the walls of the chamber seemed to close in on him. The shadows crept closer, moving with a sinister purpose, almost as if they were alive. His skin prickled with the cold presence that surrounded him, and the whispers grew louder, their voices intertwining until they became a cacophony of unintelligible words that rattled in his mind. He clutched his head, trying to block them out, but it was futile. "You cannot escape. You belong to this place. The darkness will swallow you." The voices pressed in from all directions, their force suffocating. Tom stumbled backward, his legs weak, his body trembling with fear. He had to get out. He had to escape before it was too late. But there was no escape. The realization struck him like a physical blow. He turned toward the only visible exit, the narrow doorway at the far end of the chamber. It was no longer a simple passage. It was a portal, its edges vibrating with a strange, ethereal energy. But as he moved toward it, the shadows thickened, swirling like smoke, and the very air seemed to press against him, making each step harder than the last. "You cannot leave," the whispers hissed, their voices merging into a singular, oppressive presence that felt like it was seeping into his very soul. "You are already part of this place. You cannot undo what has been done." Tom clenched his fists, his teeth grinding together in defiance. He wasn't going to give up. He couldn't. Not now. Not after everything he had been through. With a burst of strength, he forced himself forward, pushing through the oppressive air and toward the portal. His every muscle screamed in protest, but he fought against it, ignoring the suffocating pressure in his chest, the gnawing sense of dread that threatened to pull him under. As he reached the doorway, the shadows lashed out at him, tendrils of darkness wrapping around his legs, trying to hold him in place. He struggled, his breath coming in ragged gasps, his vision swimming with spots. But he pushed forward, using every ounce of his remaining strength to free himself from the grip of the shadows. With a final, desperate push, he reached the portal. He stepped through, and the world around him shattered once again. Tom gasped as his surroundings changed in an instant. One moment, he was surrounded by the suffocating darkness of the chamber, and the next, he was standing in a vast, open landscape. The air was fresh, the sky a brilliant shade of blue, and the ground beneath him was solid and firm. The sunlight warmed his face, a welcome change after the cold, oppressive atmosphere of the chamber. For a moment, he stood there, breathing in the air as if it were his first breath in years. The weight of the darkness seemed to lift, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, he could think clearly. He was free. At least that's what he hoped. But as his eyes scanned the landscape, he realized that something was off. The world around him was too quiet. There were no birds in the sky, no rustling of trees in the wind. It was as if the land itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Tom's heart sank. He had escaped the chamber, but he wasn't sure where he was now, or if he had really escaped at all. He turned around, looking for any sign of a way out, but all he saw was an endless expanse of barren land stretching before him. There was no path, no direction to follow, just an empty void that seemed to go on forever. The only thing that broke the monotony was the distant silhouette of a mountain range far in the distance. A strange compulsion pulled him toward it. Something told him that he needed to reach the mountains, that they held the answers he was searching for. Tom began to walk, the ground beneath his feet solid and unyielding. With each step, the landscape seemed to shift, the once clear sky growing darker, the air heavier. It was as if the land itself was resisting him, pushing back against his every move. As he walked, the whispers began again, faint at first, but growing stronger with each passing moment. He clenched his jaw, trying to block them out, but it was impossible. They filled his mind, wrapping around his thoughts like a vice. "You cannot escape," they whispered. "You will always be ours." Tom quickened his pace, his heart pounding in his chest. He couldn't stop now, not when he was so close to understanding. He had to reach the mountains. He had to uncover the truth. As he approached the base of the mountains, the ground beneath him began to tremble. The whispers were deafening now, like 1,000 voices screaming in his mind. The mountains loomed ahead, their jagged peaks cutting into the sky. The closer he got, the more oppressive the air became, thick with an energy that seemed to vibrate in his bones. He reached the foot of the mountains, and just as he was about to begin his ascent, something caught his eye. A figure stood at the base of the mountains, shrouded in shadow. It was tall, humanoid in shape, but its features were indistinct, obscured by the darkness that surrounded it. Tom's blood ran cold. The figure was too familiar. He had seen it before, the same dark presence that had haunted him since the beginning. The figure didn't move, but its presence was overwhelming. like an oppressive force pressing down on him from all sides. Tom wanted to turn and run, but his legs were frozen, rooted to the spot by an invisible force. The figure raised a hand, its long fingers pointing directly at him. The whispers grew louder, more insistent. "You cannot escape." The voice echoed hollow and cold. "You belong to us." Tom's breath caught in his throat. The figure was right. He couldn't escape. Not now. Not ever. With a final, desperate surge of willpower, Tom turned and ran, his legs pumping beneath him, but the figure's presence followed him, the whispers never stopping, their voices always in his head, always in his mind. Tom ran with everything he had, his legs carrying him as fast as they could, but no matter how far he ran, the presence of the figure seemed to loom just behind him, its shadow stretching farther and farther, consuming the world around him. His breath was ragged, his heart pounding so hard he thought it might burst from his chest. The whispers, those cursed, insistent whispers, echoed relentlessly in his mind, a constant reminder that there was nowhere to hide, nowhere to escape. "You cannot run from us. You cannot outrun the darkness." The words were like chains, wrapping themselves tighter around his thoughts, pulling him deeper into despair. His legs burned with exertion, the ground beneath him seemingly shifting, as if the very earth itself was conspiring to hold him in place. He pushed himself harder, his vision blurring with the effort, his body trembling with exhaustion. And then, just when it seemed that he couldn't go any further, the ground beneath him shifted once again. His foot caught on something, and before he could react, he tumbled forward, landing hard on the rocky ground. Pain shot up his arm as he tried to catch himself, but he barely had time to register the impact before something dragged him forward. It was an invisible force, like a powerful current beneath the earth's surface, pulling him deeper into the ground. He gasped for air, clawing at the dirt beneath him, but it was no use. He was being pulled, dragged into the darkness. For a moment, he thought he was going to be swallowed whole, lost to whatever force had taken hold of him. But then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the pull ceased. The ground was solid again, and Tom found himself in an entirely new place. He blinked, disoriented, as his surroundings came into focus. The world around him had changed once more. The barren expanse of the mountains had been replaced by a dense, mist-covered forest. The trees were twisted, their gnarled branches reaching out like skeletal hands, and the air was thick with the smell of damp earth and decay. The mist curled around his feet, obscuring the ground, as though the forest itself were hiding something from his view. Tom stood up, his body aching, his mind foggy. He couldn't remember how he had gotten here, or why the forest seemed so familiar. The trees towered above him, their dark silhouettes casting long shadows in the pale light filtering through the mist. He looked around, trying to get his bearings, but everything seemed off. The forest felt wrong, as though it had been twisted by some malevolent force. A strange sensation washed over him, a feeling that he was being watched. His eyes darted to the shadows, but he saw nothing. The only sound was the soft rustling of the mist, like whispers on the wind, and the distant cracking of branches. Tom took a hesitant step forward, then another. The forest seemed to close in around him with each step, the shadows growing longer, the air heavier. He had no choice but to keep moving. The whispers in his mind, the figure, the stone, it all led him here. This was no coincidence. He had to find the answers, even if it meant confronting whatever horrors lay hidden in the heart of the forest. As he walked deeper into the mist, the trees began to thin out, and the ground beneath his feet grew softer, almost spongy. The further he went, the more the silence seemed to envelop him. It was unnatural, this quietness. It was as if even the forest itself had fallen mute, holding its breath. Suddenly, the ground in front of him cracked open, splitting wide like the jaws of some enormous beast. Tom stopped dead in his tracks, his heart thundering in his chest. He didn't have time to react before the crack widened, revealing a dark, cavernous pit beneath the earth. A low hum emanated from the depths of the pit, a deep, vibrating sound that rattled his bones. It was the same hum he had felt earlier, when the stone had surged with energy. The stone, the whispers, it was all connected. The realization hit him like a punch to the stomach. This was no ordinary place. This was a nexus, a meeting point of forces beyond his understanding. A figure emerged from the darkness of the pit, slowly rising from the depths. It was tall, impossibly tall, its form cloaked in shadow. Tom couldn't make out its features, but he could feel its presence. Cold, oppressive, and ancient. The figure raised its head, and even though he couldn't see its eyes, Tom felt as though they were burning through him, seeing straight into his soul. "You are still lost," the figure's voice rumbled, its tone deep and ancient, like the very earth itself speaking. "But you are close now." Tom's throat tightened, and he struggled to speak. "Who are you? What is this place?" The figure tilted its head, as if amused by his question. "You already know," it replied cryptically. "This is where the threads of fate converge. This is the end of your journey, and the beginning of something else." The words sent a chill through Tom's spine. The end? The beginning of something else? What did it mean? Before he could ask another question, the ground trembled again, and the shadows in the forest shifted. The figure raised its hand, and the mist parted, revealing a path ahead, narrow and twisted, disappearing into the darkness of the trees. "You have a choice," the figure said. "Take the path and face what lies beyond, or turn back and forget all that you have learned." Tom stood frozen, the weight of its words pressing down on him. There was no turning back, not now. He had come too far, seen too much. He had to find out what lay at the end of this journey, even if it meant facing the unknown. With a deep breath, Tom stepped forward, his legs trembling as he moved toward the path. The figure's form began to fade into the shadows, and the hum of the pit grew louder, vibrating through his entire being. The path stretched ahead, a narrow, winding trail that seemed to lead into the heart of the forest. The mist curled around him like a shroud, but Tom didn't hesitate. He had come this far, and he couldn't stop now. Each step he took seemed to carry him deeper into the unknown, the whispers never ceasing, growing louder with each passing moment. And then, the air shifted again. Something was waiting for him, something that would reveal the truth, but it would come at a price. He was ready. Tom's steps were slow, deliberate, as he ventured deeper into the forest. The mist was thick around him now, clinging to his skin like a cold shroud, but he didn't stop. The air felt heavy, thick with something he couldn't quite name. It was as though the trees themselves were watching him, waiting for something. The path ahead was narrow and winding, the ground uneven and treacherous, but Tom pressed on, his resolve stronger than ever. The whispers were growing louder, more distinct now, their voices intertwining in a chorus of unintelligible words that seemed to reverberate within his chest, like an unholy hum. It was almost as if the forest itself was alive, aware of his every movement. "You're almost there," the whispers echoed, distant yet close, like 1,000 voices whispering all at once. Tom couldn't tell if the whispers were real, or if they were just a manifestation of his growing paranoia. The further he went, the more difficult it became to discern what was real and what was just a figment of his imagination. And then, ahead of him, something strange appeared. The path opened up into a small clearing, bathed in a dim, unnatural light. In the center of the clearing stood a large stone arch, ancient and worn by time. The stone was covered in strange symbols, twisting patterns that seemed to move as if they were alive. It was a gateway, though to where, Tom had no idea. His heart skipped a beat as he approached the arch, drawn to it by an inexplicable pull. The whispers were louder now, swirling around him like a whirlwind. "This is it," they hissed. "The door to everything you seek." Tom stepped closer, his hand reaching for the stone arch. The moment his fingers touched the cold surface, a shock of energy surged through him, jarring his whole body. The force of it knocked him back, and he stumbled to the ground, gasping for breath. The air around him seemed to vibrate with an ancient power, and the forest fell silent, as if holding its breath. The symbols on the arch glowed faintly, pulsating like a heartbeat. Tom could feel the ground beneath him tremble, the earth resonating with the power emanating from the arch. The whispers faded, replaced by a low, almost inaudible hum that seemed to come from deep within the earth itself. Tom stood up, his body trembling from the shock, but his determination remained unbroken. He stepped forward again, this time more carefully. The moment his hand made contact with the arch once more, a blinding light erupted from the stone, enveloping him completely. For a moment, he felt as though he were floating, suspended in a timeless void. The world around him seemed to dissolve, leaving nothing but a swirling chaos of light and sound. It was as if he were being pulled in every direction at once, torn between realities, caught in a place that existed outside of time and space. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the light faded, and Tom found himself standing in a new place. It was another clearing, but this one was different. The trees around him were ancient, their trunks gnarled and twisted, their branches reaching toward the sky like skeletal hands. The air was thick with a palpable sense of power, and the ground beneath him seemed to hum with energy. There was something unmistakable about this place, something ancient, a place where the fabric of reality itself seemed thinner, more fragile. In the center of the clearing stood a large stone pedestal, covered in moss and vines. On top of the pedestal rested a stone, identical to the one he had discovered earlier, the one that had sent him on this twisted journey. The stone was glowing faintly, its surface etched with the same mysterious symbols that had been carved into the arch. Tom approached the pedestal cautiously, his heart pounding in his chest. He reached out to touch the stone, and as his fingers brushed against its surface, a surge of energy shot through him, more intense than before. His vision blurred, and for a moment, he thought he might pass out from the force of it. But then, the energy receded, leaving behind a strange, hollow sensation deep within him. The whispers returned, louder this time, filling his mind with 1,000 voices, all speaking at once. "You've come far, but you're not alone," they whispered. "The truth you seek is within your reach." Tom's breath hitched. He had no idea what was happening, why he was here or what he was supposed to do. But something told him that the answers he was searching for lay within the stone. It was no longer just a simple object. It had become something more, something that pulsed with a dark, almost malevolent energy. He reached out and grabbed the stone, pulling it from the pedestal. The moment he did, the world around him seemed to shudder, as if the very ground beneath him was reacting to the stone's removal. The trees around him groaned, their branches creaking and snapping, as if they were alive and in pain. A deep, guttural voice echoed through the clearing, shaking the very air. "You should not have done that." Tom froze, his heart pounding in his chest. The voice was not the whispers he had heard before. This was different. It was deep, powerful, and unmistakably malevolent. He turned slowly, his eyes scanning the clearing. But there was no one there. Only the trees, the moss-covered stones, and the glowing pedestal that now seemed to pulse with an eerie, dark energy. "You have disturbed the balance." The voice rumbled again, the sound coming from all directions. "Now you will face the consequences." Tom gripped the stone tightly, fear surging through him. He didn't know what he had just unleashed, but he knew it wasn't good. The air seemed to grow colder, and the trees around him began to move, their branches twisting and stretching as if they were alive, reaching toward him. He stumbled back, his heart racing. The ground beneath his feet began to crack open, deep fissures appearing in the earth. From the cracks, shadows began to emerge, long, writhing tendrils of darkness that snaked across the ground, reaching for him. Tom didn't wait for them to get closer. He turned and ran, the stone still clutched tightly in his hand. The shadows followed, their eerie whispers growing louder, more insistent. "You cannot escape," they hissed. "You have awakened us." Tom's breath was ragged as he sprinted through the forest, the ground shaking beneath him, the shadows closing in. He had no idea where he was going, but he knew he couldn't stop. The path ahead was his only hope, the only way out. He had to keep running. Tom's heart hammered in his chest as he sprinted through the twisting, shadow-choked forest. His breath came in ragged gasps, his legs burning with the strain, but he pushed forward, knowing that the shadows were closing in. The dark tendrils were everywhere now, stretching out from the cracks in the earth, reaching for him like the fingers of something ancient and hungry. The whispers from the shadows had become a constant presence in his mind, their voices hissing and snarling, a chorus of malice that was impossible to ignore. "You cannot hide," they sneered. "You cannot escape." The words were more than just noise. They were a threat, an unspoken promise that if he stopped, if he faltered even for a moment, they would consume him. Tom didn't have the luxury of thinking about it. He ran. his feet pounding against the uneven ground, his body shaking with terror. The air had become suffocating, thick with the oppressive presence of the shadows. The trees seemed to close in around him, their gnarled branches reaching out to grab him, to pull him into the abyss that was swallowing the forest. Every step he took felt heavier, as if the very earth was trying to drag him down. But still he ran. He couldn't stop. Ahead, the clearing he had entered earlier appeared again, but it was different now. The stone pedestal that had once held the glowing stone was now cracked, its surface split in half, the stone missing. The ground around it was scorched, as if the very earth had been burned by the dark energy that had been released. The shadows swirled around the pedestal, moving like liquid, as if they were alive and feeding off the destruction. Tom stopped in his tracks, staring at the scene before him. The whispers were louder now, swirling around him like a tornado of dark voices. But even through the chaos, he could hear something else, something more terrible. A low, guttural growl. Tom turned, his eyes wide with fear. From the shadows emerged a shape, tall, monstrous, its body shifting in and out of focus as if it were made of pure darkness. Its eyes glowed with an unnatural crimson light, and its mouth opened wide, revealing rows of sharp, jagged teeth. The creature was massive, towering above him, its presence so overwhelming that it felt like the very air had turned to stone. "You have unleashed us," the creature growled, its voice deep and resonant, vibrating in the very core of Tom's being. "And now you must pay." Tom felt a cold sweat break out across his forehead. He had never felt such a palpable sense of dread in his life. The creature was unlike anything he had ever seen. No mere monster, but something far older, far more ancient. It was a force of darkness itself, born from the very depths of the earth. The creature took a step forward, the ground trembling beneath its weight. Tom's mind raced. He had to do something, anything. But what could he do against something like this? Run. The whispers hissed, their voices now a frantic chorus. Run or you will die. The creature's eyes locked onto Tom, and in that instant, he knew there was no escape. He could run all he wanted, but the shadows would always find him. The creature would find him, and when it did, it would consume him. The creature took another step, its growl reverberating through the air like a thunderclap. Tom's feet were rooted to the ground, his body paralyzed by fear. He couldn't move. The shadows closed in, wrapping around him, suffocating him in their dark embrace. And then, just as the creature was about to strike, the ground beneath Tom's feet cracked open once again. This time, there was no hesitation. The earth swallowed him whole, dragging him down into the depths. He fell into darkness. The world around Tom was silent, cold, and suffocating. There was no light, no sound, only the sensation of falling through an endless void. He couldn't tell how long he had been falling or how far he had traveled. Felt like time itself had stopped. But then, as suddenly as it had begun, the fall ended. Tom's feet slammed into solid ground, and he was jolted upright, gasping for air. He blinked, trying to make sense of his surroundings, but everything was blurry, as though the world itself had become distorted. The air was thick with an unnatural mist, and the ground beneath him was soft, almost sponge-like. He looked around, trying to get his bearings. but all he could see was an endless expanse of darkness and mist. And then, from the mist, a figure emerged. It was a man, tall and cloaked in shadow, his features obscured by the darkness that surrounded him. He stood still, watching Tom with piercing eyes that seemed to see right through him. There was an aura of power around him, an undeniable presence that made the air itself crackle with energy. "You were lost," the figure said, his voice low and calm, yet filled with an authority that made Tom's blood run cold. "But you have found your way here." Tom's mind raced. He had no idea who this person was or what he wanted, but there was something about him that seemed familiar, something he couldn't quite place. "Where am I?" Tom asked, his voice hoarse with fear. "What is this place?" The figure stepped forward, his shadowy form moving with unnatural grace. He stopped just in front of Tom, his gaze intense. "This is the place beyond all places," the figure said. "The place where the truth is hidden. The place where all things are born, and where they die." Tom swallowed hard, trying to make sense of the words. "The truth? What truth?" The figure's eyes narrowed, as if considering whether or not to answer. Tom's body tensed as the figure's words settled into his mind. His pulse quickened, and a chill ran down his spine. Every part of him screamed to turn and run, but some force beyond his control, kept him rooted to the spot. The mist around them thickened, swirling like a living thing, and the air grew colder, heavier. It felt as though the world itself was closing in on him, suffocating him in its embrace. He couldn't make sense of what the figure had said. "The true test begins." What did that mean? What test? He was already running for his life, trying to escape whatever dark force had been awakened by the stone. Was this some kind of twisted game? The figure's shadowy presence loomed closer, and Tom took an instinctive step back, his mind racing for any sort of explanation. "What do you want from me?" he demanded, though his voice trembled more than he cared to admit. The figure did not move for a moment. His glowing eyes locked on Tom. Then, in a voice like the wind rustling through dead leaves, he spoke again. "Not what I want, Tom. What you want." Tom's breath caught. His thoughts spiraled. What did he want? What could he possibly want now? Trapped in this strange, ominous place with shadows creeping around him. He had no desire for power or knowledge. He only wanted to escape, to be free from whatever curse had descended upon him. But the figure's gaze seemed to pierce through him, as if searching for something deeper within. "You have been marked," the figure continued, his voice reverberating in Tom's chest like an ancient drumbeat. "Marked by the stone, by the very forces you sought to understand. You must choose now, Tom. The truth is within your reach. But are you willing to face it?" Tom shook his head, confusion and fear overwhelming him. "I don't understand. What truth? What am I supposed to face?" The figure's face remained hidden in shadow, but the power emanating from him intensified. "You are no longer just a man, Tom. The stone has bound you to something far greater, something ancient and untouchable. You must confront the source of your fear, or you will be consumed." For a moment there was silence. The mist hung heavy in the air, thick and suffocating, and Tom could hear nothing but his own breathing and the distant whispers of the shadows that surrounded them. He could feel them pressing in, urging him to run, to escape, but he couldn't. The pull of the figure before him was too strong, too compelling. "What are you?" Tom asked, his voice trembling. "Why are you doing this?" The figure's form flickered, like a candle in a gust of wind. And then, in a voice barely above a whisper, he answered, "I am a guide, Tom, a keeper of the path, a guardian of the test you must pass." Tom frowned, trying to understand. "What path? What test?" The figure stepped forward, his presence overwhelming, and with every movement, the darkness around them seemed to grow. The mist parted slightly, revealing a dark shape in the distance. A doorway, an archway like the one he had seen before, but this one was different. This one was alive, pulsing with energy, the air around it crackling as if the very fabric of reality was bending. "That is the door to your fate, Tom," the figure said, his voice now filled with quiet urgency. "Step through it, and you will face the truth of who you are, the truth of what you must become. Fail, and you will be lost forever." Tom's heart raced as he looked at the doorway, its ominous glow beckoning him. He felt the weight of its power, an invisible force pulling at him, drawing him toward it. It was a path to something unknown, a choice that felt more like a command than an option. "Why me?" Tom asked, his voice cracking. "Why did I have to be part of this? I didn't ask for any of this." The figure was silent for a long moment, and then he spoke, his voice softer now, almost sympathetic. "You did not ask, no, but some things are beyond your control. You were chosen, Tom, chosen by the stone, chosen to confront the darkness that lies hidden in all things. You must face it, or the world itself will fall under its shadow." Tom felt a cold wave of despair wash over him. He had never asked for this. He had only wanted to understand, to find answers. But now, those answers came with a price. He wasn't just running from something anymore. He was being forced to confront something far deeper, something within himself. A figure in the shadows of his mind, an echo of his own fears, whispered to him, "You are not strong enough." He gritted his teeth and looked back at the doorway. The energy surrounding it thrummed with an unsettling power, and every instinct in him screamed to turn away. But there was no turning back. He had come this far. He wouldn't let the shadows consume him. With a deep breath, Tom stepped forward. The moment his foot crossed the threshold of the doorway, the world around him dissolved, and he was plunged into an abyss of darkness. For a moment, there was nothing, just an empty, oppressive void where time had no meaning. But then, slowly, the darkness began to shift. Shapes emerged, shadows shifting into forms, humanoid figures, half-formed, flickering in and out of existence like dreams fading in the morning light. And there, standing before him, was the thing he feared the most. Himself. It was him, but not him, distorted, twisted, a version of Tom that looked wrong. His own eyes, but filled with anger and darkness. His own face, but contorted with rage and sorrow. A reflection of everything he had tried to escape, everything he had feared confronting. "You are me," the distorted version of Tom said, its voice low and cold. "But I am also you." Tom's chest tightened as the figure advanced, its presence overwhelming. "No, this isn't real. This can't be real." "It is real, Tom," the figure whispered, its voice like nails scraping against stone. "This is the truth you've been avoiding, the truth you have feared." The figure raised its hand, and Tom felt the weight of the shadows pressing down on him, suffocating him, pulling him deeper into the darkness. "You must face me," the figure intoned, its voice like 1,000 voices screaming in unison. "Only then will you understand. Only then will you be free." The oppressive darkness weighed heavily on Tom's chest, his breath shallow and erratic as he faced the twisted version of himself. The figure stood before him, its eyes burning with a malevolent light, a reflection of the fear and doubt that had consumed Tom's soul since the moment he had touched the stone. Tom's mind raced. This wasn't possible. This thing in front of him couldn't be real. He had been trapped in a nightmare, a place where logic had no place, and yet it felt so real. The way the shadows pressed in from all sides, the suffocating atmosphere of dread. He couldn't escape it. He couldn't escape himself. The distorted figure moved closer, its steps deliberate and slow, the air growing colder with each movement. "You've run from this for too long, Tom," the figure said, its voice dripping with disdain. "But you cannot run anymore. You are me, and I am you." Tom took a step back, his mind reeling. "No," he said, his voice unsteady. "This isn't me. You're just a nightmare, a trick of my mind. I'm not you." The figure tilted its head, an eerie smile creeping across its face. "You don't even know who you are anymore, do you, Tom?" it asked softly, almost mockingly. "What's left of you after all this fear, all this darkness? You've become something else, something I can't even recognize anymore." The words cut deep, too deep. They echoed in Tom's mind, twisting around the thoughts he had buried for so long. The self-doubt, the fear, the guilt. His entire life had been shaped by his attempts to escape the truth of who he was, to hide from the parts of himself he hated the most. And now this figure, a grotesque reflection of his own inner turmoil, was forcing him to confront all of it. "No," Tom whispered, shaking his head, trying to push the figure away with sheer willpower. "I won't listen to you. You're not me." But the figure laughed, a hollow sound that seemed to reverberate through Tom's bones. "You can't deny it forever. You can't keep running. You have already made your choice, Tom. You chose the stone. You chose the darkness. And now you have to face the consequences." The ground beneath Tom's feet seemed to tremble, as if the very earth was reacting to the figure's words. The air around him crackled with an unnatural energy, and the shadows deepened, growing darker and more oppressive. The figure raised its hand, and the mist around them began to swirl in violent circles. Tom felt his body grow cold, the shadows wrapping around him like chains, tightening with every passing second. His vision blurred, and for a moment, he couldn't tell where he ended and the darkness began. The figure was everywhere, inside him, outside him, pressing in from all sides. "You've always known the truth, Tom," the figure whispered. "You've always known that you could never escape yourself. But now you must face it. You must face me, or you will be swallowed by the void." Tom closed his eyes, trying to steady his breathing, trying to find some semblance of control. He had to fight this. He had to fight whatever this was, whatever it was that had invaded his mind and soul. But every instinct told him that this wasn't just an enemy he could fight. This was a part of him, a part he couldn't outrun. Opening his eyes, Tom met the gaze of his distorted self, and for the first time, He didn't feel anger or hatred. He felt sorrow for the version of himself that had been lost in the shadows, for the version that had been too afraid to face the darkness within, for the person he could have been if he had chosen a different path. "You think I'm you," Tom said, his voice stronger now, though his heart still pounded in his chest. "But I'm not. I won't let you define me anymore." The figure's grin widened, its expression dark and triumphant. "You cannot escape who you are. You are nothing without me. You are just a broken, frightened man, lost in the darkness." Tom took a deep breath, grounding himself. He knew he couldn't win by fighting this thing with hatred or fear. He had to accept it. He had to accept himself, flaws and all. It was the only way forward. "You're right," Tom said, his voice quiet but firm. "I've been afraid. I've run from the truth for so long. But I'm not running anymore. I'm not afraid of you. I'm not afraid of myself." The figure faltered, its form flickering, as if Tom's words were starting to break through the darkness that surrounded them. "No," it hissed, its voice growing distorted and frantic. "You cannot accept it. You cannot." Tom stepped forward, his eyes never leaving the figure. "I can," he said, his voice stronger now. "I've made mistakes. I've been lost, but I'm not lost anymore. I won't let you control me. I choose to move forward, to accept who I am, not who I was." The figure let out a final, defiant screech, but it was fading. Its form flickered and cracked like a shattered mirror, its dark presence evaporating into nothingness. And then, just like that, it was gone. Tom stood in the middle of the mist, his heart pounding in his chest. The silence was deafening. For a moment he felt disoriented, as though he had been in a trance for a lifetime. But as the mist began to dissipate, he realized that something had changed. He was no longer consumed by the darkness. He had faced it, confronted the deepest fears that had lived inside him, and now he was free. The mist cleared entirely, and the world around him began to take shape again. The once oppressive void was now a vast, open space, filled with a soft, ethereal light. Tom looked around, unsure of what to expect, but he felt something he hadn't felt before: peace. And then, standing before him, a figure appeared. A familiar figure, though one he had not seen in a long time. It was the shadowy guide, the one who had led him here, and yet now the figure seemed different, more solid, less mysterious. "You have passed the test," the figure said, its voice calm and steady. "You have confronted your darkest fears and accepted them. You are free." Tom nodded slowly, his mind still processing everything that had happened. He wasn't sure what lay ahead, but for the first time, he felt ready to face whatever came next. The guide extended a hand to him. "It's time to leave this place," the figure said softly. "The door is open. Step through it and you will return to your world. But remember, Tom, this is only the beginning. The true journey has yet to come." Tom took the guide's hand, feeling a sense of calm wash over him. Together, they walked toward the door that had appeared in the distance, and as they stepped through it, the world around them began to shift once again. Tom's senses sharpened as the world around him changed. The air felt different now, lighter, as if the weight of the shadows had been lifted from him. His feet touched solid ground again, and for the first time in what felt like ages, he was standing in a familiar place. But it wasn't the same. Nothing felt the same. He blinked, trying to adjust to the shifting reality. The door behind him faded away, vanishing into the void, leaving him alone in what appeared to be an empty forest. The trees were tall and ancient, their branches twisting high into the sky, casting long, crooked shadows across the ground. But despite the eerie stillness, there was a peace here, a quiet that seemed to resonate deep within Tom's soul. "You are free," the guide's voice echoed softly in his mind. But when Tom looked around, the figure was gone. Tom stood still for a moment, taking it all in. He had faced the darkness within himself, come to terms with the fear and guilt that had haunted him for so long. But now, as the mist of that dark place receded into the past, he was left with a strange emptiness, a kind of void that had replaced all the chaos that had once consumed him. But as he looked deeper into the forest, something stirred within him, a sensation that he had never experienced before, a call, an echo from beyond the trees. Tom walked slowly, his footsteps crunching softly against the damp earth. And as he ventured deeper into the woods, a sense of urgency began to rise within him. It was as if the forest itself was pulling him toward something, guiding him through the dense undergrowth. The deeper he went, the more the forest seemed to shift, the trees growing thicker, the shadows longer. But there was something else now, too, an almost palpable presence, like an unseen force watching his every step. It made his skin crawl. The call grew louder. "Is someone there?" Tom called out, his voice trembling in the quiet. But there was no answer, only the rustling of leaves in the breeze. He pressed on, his heart beating faster with each step. The trees seemed to close in on him, and the air grew colder, heavier. The deeper he went, the more distorted the forest became. The trees began to bend in strange ways, twisting in unnatural angles, as though they were reaching for him. He could feel their gaze, the way they seemed to watch him, waiting for him to make his move. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him. It was a woman, standing in the midst of the trees, her face obscured by the shadows. Her presence was strange, both unsettling and captivating. She stood motionless, as though she were waiting for him. Tom's heart raced. Who was she? What was she? The woman took a slow, deliberate step toward him, her movements fluid and graceful, almost as if she were floating. Her face remained hidden in the shadows, but Tom could feel her eyes on him, cold, calculating, as if she were studying him. "Who are you?" Tom asked, his voice hoarse, the words escaping him before he could stop them. The woman didn't answer at first. Instead, she stepped closer, and the shadows seemed to part around her. As she came into the light, Tom could finally see her face. Her features were sharp, ethereal, almost otherworldly. She looked like someone who belonged to this place, like she was part of the forest itself. She tilted her head slightly, a faint smile tugging at her lips. "You've come far, Tom," she said, her voice soft, like a whisper carried on the wind. "But this place is not done with you yet." Tom swallowed hard. "What do you mean?" "I faced the darkness. I've accepted it. I should be free." The woman's smile deepened, but it wasn't reassuring. "You think the journey ends with the test you faced? That you've defeated the darkness?" She shook her head slowly, almost pityingly. No, Tom, the darkness is not something you can simply defeat. It is something that must be understood. Tom's stomach dropped. What are you saying? What's left for me to face? The woman's eyes gleamed with a knowing light. The truth you are seeking is not in the stone. It is in you. It has always been there, waiting for you to realize it. But you cannot move forward until you embrace it fully. Tom's mind spun. Embrace it? He asked, his voice faltering. But I've already faced myself. I've already confronted my fears. I've accepted them. The woman's expression softened, though there was still an unsettling edge to her words. You've accepted the fear, Tom, but not the truth. You are not the man you think you are. You have never been just a man. You are a key, a vessel for something greater. The question is, are you ready to unlock it? The trees seemed to shift again, their branches groaning in the wind, as if they were reacting to her words. Tom felt a shiver of unease run through him. A key for what? What am I supposed to unlock? The woman stepped closer, her presence now almost overwhelming. Her eyes bored into his, and for a moment, he felt as though she could see everything he had ever done, every dark secret he had hidden from the world. The door, she said simply, the door you've been searching for, but you can't open it until you understand what lies beyond it. Tom's heart raced. He had come this far, endured so much, but now, facing this strange woman and the weight of her cryptic words, he felt as though he was being asked to take another step into the unknown. I don't know what you mean, Tom whispered, his voice barely audible. The woman's lips curled into a faint, almost sad smile. You will, but first you must make a choice. Tom's pulse quickened. A choice? She nodded, her gaze intense. You are at the crossroads, Tom. You can return to your world, to the life you once knew, or you can choose to go beyond it. The door is waiting, but it will not open unless you are ready to embrace the truth of who you are. Tom felt a swell of conflicting emotions. Fear, curiosity, uncertainty. What was beyond the door? What did the woman mean by embracing the truth? He thought back to everything he had experienced. The stone, the figure, the confrontation with himself. He had been forced to confront his darkness, but this was different. This was asking him to face something deeper, something far more dangerous. But as he looked at the woman before him, he realized that he had no other choice. He couldn't return to the life he once knew, not after everything he had seen, everything he had learned. He had come too far to turn back now. With a slow, deliberate breath, Tom made his decision. I'm ready, he said, his voice steady. The woman's smile returned, this time warmer. Then step through the door, Tom. It is time. The woman's smile deepened as she stepped aside, revealing the door she had spoken of. It stood before Tom, a massive, intricately carved structure, half hidden by the dense trees and tangled vines. The door seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy, as though it were alive, breathing with the very heartbeat of the forest. Tom felt a strange pull toward it. There was no fear in him now, only an overwhelming sense of purpose, like the answer to every question he had asked himself was hidden just beyond it. He knew that whatever lay behind the door would change everything, and in that moment he was ready for it. He had to be. The woman's voice echoed in his mind. You are about to cross a threshold, Tom. But remember, what lies beyond is not something you can return from. It will shape you, reshape you. There is no going back. Tom nodded, swallowing the lump in his throat. He felt the weight of her words, but he couldn't back down now. He had come too far, walked too long in the darkness. This was the next step in his journey, and he had to take it. He reached for the door, his fingers grazing the cool, smooth surface of the ancient wood. The moment his skin made contact, a sharp crack of energy ran through his body, as if the door had recognized him, had known he was ready to pass through. The air around him shimmered, the forest itself seeming to lean in closer, its silent presence urging him forward. With a deep breath, Tom pushed the door open. A blinding light flooded his vision, and for a moment, he felt as if he were falling, tumbling through an endless void. His stomach lurched, his body weightless as the world around him spun in chaotic, surreal patterns. The light was so bright it burned through his eyelids, filling his mind with a cacophony of images, sounds, and sensations. Then, just as suddenly, everything stopped. Tom's feet landed on solid ground with a soft thud, and the light dimmed, revealing a vast, alien landscape. The sky above him was an eerie shade of violet, the clouds swirling in unnatural, almost liquid patterns. Strange, jagged mountains loomed in the distance, their peaks obscured by a mist that moved like living tendrils. The air was thick with an unearthly energy, and the ground beneath him was cracked and barren, like a place that had long been abandoned by life. Tom's breath caught in his throat as he looked around. He had crossed into another world, one that was both beautiful and terrifying in its alien nature. There were no familiar landmarks, no sense of direction, only an endless expanse of strange terrain that stretched as far as the eye could see. "You have crossed the threshold," a voice said from behind him. Tom turned to find the woman standing there, her presence now even more imposing than before. She was no longer just a guide. She seemed to embody the very essence of this place, her form flickering like an ethereal flame. Her eyes were dark pools, endless and unfathomable, as if they held the knowledge of all the worlds beyond this one. "The truth you seek lies here, in this realm," she continued, her voice a soft, haunting melody. "But be warned, Tom. There are those who would seek to stop you. There are forces in this place that will test you, challenge you, and try to break you. You must remain strong, for only then will you uncover the secrets hidden in the fabric of this world." Tom looked around, the weight of her words settling on his shoulders. There was no turning back now. This place was strange, hostile even, but it was also the key to everything he had been searching for. Whatever answers he sought, they were here, and he would face whatever dangers this world threw at him to find them. "Where do I go?" he asked, his voice steady despite the uncertainty he felt. The woman's lips curled into a small, knowing smile. "Follow the path ahead of you. It will lead you to the heart of this world. But be prepared, Tom. Not everything is as it seems. There are things in this place that have been waiting for you." With that, she turned and began walking into the distance, her figure slowly merging with the mist. Tom hesitated for a moment, watching her go, before his feet moved forward, following the narrow, winding path that led deeper into the strange world. The air grew colder as he walked, the ground underfoot harder and more jagged. The further he went, the more oppressive the atmosphere became, as if something unseen was watching his every move. The trees, if they could be called trees, were twisted and gnarled, their branches reaching out like clawed hands, their leaves dark and brittle. The path seemed to shift and change before his eyes, as though it had a mind of its own, pulling him deeper into the unknown. He had no sense of time here. There was no sun, no moon, no stars. The only light came from the strange, violet hue of the sky, which seemed to pulse with a rhythm of its own, as though it were alive. The air smelled of ozone and something else, something ancient and forgotten. After what felt like hours, Tom finally saw something in the distance. It was a large, imposing structure, rising out of the ground like a monolith. Its surface was covered in strange markings, symbols that seemed to shift and change with each passing second. The structure was made of black stone, smooth and reflective, its edges sharp and jagged like the teeth of some great beast. Tom's heart raced as he approached the structure, his breath shallow in the cold, heavy air. This was it, the heart of this world, the place the woman had spoken of. He didn't know what awaited him inside, but he knew it was something he couldn't avoid. The door to the structure was open, beckoning him in. As he stepped closer, the air seemed to crackle with energy, and he felt a deep, resonating hum in his chest. It was as though the structure was alive, calling to him, urging him to enter. He took a deep breath and stepped inside. Tom stepped into the structure, and the moment he crossed the threshold, the world around him seemed to change entirely. The interior of the monolith was unlike anything he had ever seen before. It was vast and cavernous, the ceiling disappearing into an unending expanse of darkness. The air inside was thick and almost palpable, like the breath of an ancient being. The floor beneath him was smooth, like polished obsidian, and it seemed to ripple slightly under his weight, as if it were a living surface. The walls were lined with strange, glowing runes that shifted and writhed in the dim, purple light. It felt as though the entire place was pulsating with an otherworldly energy, a force that seemed to emanate from deep within the structure itself. Tom's steps echoed in the emptiness, each sound amplified in the hollow chamber. He moved cautiously, feeling a cold sweat break out across his skin. The air grew colder with every step, and a sense of dread settled in the pit of his stomach. As he walked deeper into the chamber, he heard a faint whispering sound, like the rustle of leaves in a windless forest. The whisper seemed to come from every direction at once, a chorus of voices that spoke in unintelligible tongues. It was an unsettling sound, as if the very walls were communicating with each other in a language that transcended human understanding. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him, standing in the center of the vast chamber. It was a man, tall and gaunt, dressed in robes made of a shimmering metallic substance. His face was almost featureless, a void of shadows that seemed to stretch deep into the recesses of his mind. The air around him seemed to bend and warp, as if he were a being of pure energy, existing beyond the constraints of time and space. "Welcome," the figure said, his voice deep and echoing, like the rumble of an approaching storm. "You have come far, Tom, but you are not ready for what lies ahead." Tom's eyes narrowed in defiance. "I've faced worse than you," he said, the words coming out more bravely than he felt. "I want the truth, whatever it takes." The figure nodded, a slight, almost imperceptible movement. The truth, yes, he said, his voice tinged with a sense of both menace and inevitability. But the truth you seek is not something that can be handed to you. It is something that must be earned. I've faced my fears, Tom said, his voice tinged with desperation. I've accepted the darkness within me. What more do you want from me? The figure stepped closer, the shadows around him deepening. Your fears are just the beginning, he said, his voice growing colder. You have not yet seen the true nature of what you are seeking. There are things hidden here, deep within this world, that will challenge everything you believe to be true. What are you talking about? Tom asked, his anger bubbling up beneath the surface. I am the guardian of this place, the figure said, his voice growing even more distant, as though he were speaking from beyond the veil of reality. I have watched countless souls pass through these halls, seeking answers, seeking freedom, but few have ever truly understood the cost of the truth they seek. Tom felt a chill run down his spine. What do you want from me? He asked, his voice tinged with a mixture of fear and frustration. I want you to face the truth, the figure said, his words dripping with both promise and threat. You must confront the darkness within you, not just the surface fears you have fought so hard to overcome. There is a deeper layer, a core that you have yet to touch, and until you do, you will never find the answers you seek. The figure raised a hand, and the air in the chamber seemed to shimmer with a new intensity. The runes on the walls began to pulse with an almost frenzied energy, the patterns shifting and swirling in ways that seemed almost hypnotic. Tom felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through the room, an energy that seemed to crackle with the promise of something beyond his understanding. I will show you, the figure said, and with a sudden, almost violent motion, the runes on the walls began to glow brighter, revealing strange symbols that Tom had never seen before. The entire chamber seemed to vibrate with an unseen force, as if the very fabric of reality was shifting around him. Suddenly, Tom found himself engulfed in a vision, a series of rapid flashes that tore through his mind. He saw images of himself, but they weren't the familiar Tom he knew. They were distorted, twisted versions, each representing a different part of his being. Some were full of rage, others filled with sorrow and regret. And then, he saw glimpses of other worlds, strange landscapes and alien environments, places that seemed to defy the laws of nature. Through it all, there was a feeling of impending doom, a sense that he was only scratching the surface of something far more significant than he had ever imagined. The images were a blur, but they seemed to tell a story that transcended time and space, a story that was connected to the very core of his being. When the vision finally faded, Tom was left standing in the vast chamber, his breathing heavy, his mind racing. The figure remained, standing in silence, as if waiting for him to make sense of what he had just seen. Well, the figure said, a hint of impatience in his voice. What does it all mean? Tom asked, his voice hoarse with disbelief. It means, the figure said, that you are not yet ready, not until you understand the true cost of the truth you seek. Tom's head spun with the weight of the vision. The images, the sensations, everything felt so real, so visceral. But there was something else there, something he couldn't quite grasp. It was as though the vision had opened a door within his mind, one that led to a place beyond comprehension. He could feel the echoes of it still vibrating in his chest, the hum of an unseen force pressing against his thoughts. The figure before him didn't speak again, merely watching him with those empty, shadowed eyes. Tom could feel his gaze, penetrating, waiting for him to respond. But what was there to say? What could he possibly say after experiencing something so profound? What is the cost? Tom finally asked, his voice steady despite the turmoil raging inside him. What do I have to do to find the truth? The figure's lips curled into a slow, unsettling smile. The cost is not something you can pay in gold or favors, Tom, he said, his voice low, almost a whisper. The price of truth is your very soul. Tom's heart skipped a beat. My soul? He echoed, disbelief creeping into his voice. You're telling me I have to give up my soul to know the truth? The figure nodded slowly. Not just give it up, Tom. You will have to face it, confront it, accept the darkness within you. Only then will you be worthy of the truth. You see, the truth is not something that can be given freely. It must be earned through sacrifice, through suffering. Tom's stomach turned. The idea of sacrificing his soul, of confronting something so deep, so intimate, was more than he could bear. But something in the figure's words rang true. He had already faced his fears, had already ventured deeper into the unknown than anyone could have imagined. Could he really turn back now? But what if I don't? Tom asked, his voice thick with emotion. What if I'm not ready to give up everything? What happens then? The figure's smile faded, replaced by a cold, almost pitying expression. Then you will never truly understand. You will remain in the darkness, forever searching for answers you will never find. The truth will always elude you, because you are not willing to face the cost. And when you're ready, when you finally realize that the price was worth paying, it will be too late. The words hit Tom like a physical blow. The figure's gaze pierced through him, as though it could see into the very depths of his soul. For the first time since entering this strange, alien world, Tom felt the weight of the choice before him, of the price he might have to pay for the truth. He swallowed hard, the weight of it all pressing down on his chest. But in his heart, there was no turning back. He had come too far, endured too much to stop now. I'll pay the price, Tom said, his voice quiet but resolute. I'll face whatever I have to face. I want the truth. I need it. The figure nodded, his expression shifting to one of approval. Very well. The path ahead is yours to walk. But be warned, what you will see, what you will face, will change you forever. It will take everything you have. Without another word, the figure stepped aside, gesturing toward the dark passage that now stretched before Tom. The air seemed to hum with an unnatural energy, the walls of the chamber closing in around him. The path ahead was uncertain, filled with unseen dangers, but Tom knew there was no other choice. This was the moment of reckoning. He took a deep breath, his footsteps echoing in the cavernous space as he walked toward the dark passage. As he moved, the walls seemed to close in tighter, the air thickening with each step. The whispers returned, louder now, swirling around him like the breath of unseen spirits. The passageway stretched on forever, its length impossible to gauge. The deeper Tom went, the more distorted the world around him became. The air grew colder, the light dimmer, until all that remained was the sensation of endless, oppressive darkness, pressed against him from all sides, threatening to swallow him whole. Suddenly, the ground beneath him began to tremble. At first, it was just a faint vibration, like the distant rumble of thunder. But then it grew louder, stronger, until the entire structure seemed to be shaking. Tom stumbled, his feet slipping on the uneven ground. He reached out for support, but there was nothing to grasp. He was alone, completely isolated, surrounded by the deep, endless darkness. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the trembling stopped. Tom's breath came in ragged gasps as he steadied himself. His eyes darted around, trying to make sense of his surroundings. But there was nothing to see, only the oppressive void that seemed to stretch on forever. Suddenly, he heard a voice, soft, distant, almost a whisper, but unmistakable. Tom. He froze, the sound of his name hanging in the air like a ghostly presence. He knew that voice. It was familiar, comforting, yet it sent a chill down his spine. Tom. The voice called again, more insistent this time. Tom's heart pounded in his chest as he turned toward the sound. In the distance, he could see a faint, flickering light. It was small, but it was there, moving through the darkness like a beacon. He felt an irresistible pull toward it, an instinctive need to follow it, to reach whatever it was that called to him. With a sense of urgency, Tom began to walk toward the light, his feet carrying him through the blackness. The voice grew louder, clearer, the words now unmistakable. Tom, come closer. As he moved toward the light, the world around him began to shift. The darkness seemed to recede, the air growing warmer, the oppressive weight lifting off his shoulders. He didn't understand it, but he couldn't stop himself. Something was drawing him forward, something he could not resist. And then, just as the light was within reach, everything stopped. The world around him fell silent. Tom stood motionless, his heart racing in his chest, as the world around him seemed to hold its breath. The voice had stopped, the light had flickered and then vanished, and all that remained was the stifling, oppressive darkness that had enveloped him once more. He could feel the weight of it, pressing against his skin, his lungs, as if the very air had turned to lead. There was no sound, no movement, no indication of what was happening or what had just occurred. It was as if time itself had frozen, leaving him in a suspended moment where nothing existed but him and the suffocating blackness. He didn't know how long he stood there, waiting, listening for any sign that something, anything was real. His mind swirled with confusion. Had the light even been real? Had he imagined it? And the voice, was that his own mind playing tricks on him? Or had it been something more? Tom. The voice again. This time it was closer, unmistakably real. Tom's breath caught in his throat, and his pulse quickened. It wasn't in his head. It was coming from somewhere in the vast emptiness around him. Tom, come to me. The voice was soft, coaxing, almost loving in its tone, but there was something beneath it, a subtle undercurrent of danger, of manipulation. Tom felt a shiver run through him as he took a step forward, his feet moving on their own accord, as if drawn by an invisible force. The darkness around him seemed to part just slightly, revealing a dim, glowing figure in the distance. The figure was tall and shadowed, barely visible through the murk, but the faint glow around it radiated a sense of warmth, of safety. The voice, the same soft, melodic whisper, called to him again, beckoning him toward the figure. Tom's mind raced. Was this the answer? Was this the truth he had been seeking all along? The light, the voice, the figure. It all seemed to promise something he had been longing for since he first entered this place. Felt right, even though something deep within him whispered that it might be a mistake. The figure shifted slightly, and Tom could just make out the outline of its face. It was familiar. He didn't know why, but it felt like he had seen this face before, like it belonged to someone he trusted. It was the face of a loved one, or so he thought, though his memory was hazy, clouded by the thick, disorienting darkness of this place. "Come closer, Tom," the figure urged. "You're not alone anymore." The words struck a chord in Tom's heart. He was tired, exhausted from his journey, from the isolation, the fear, the uncertainty. He had come so far, but he was beginning to question everything. Could he really trust what he was seeing now? Or was this just another illusion? A trick of the mind, designed to lure him deeper into the darkness? His feet moved faster, almost without his consent, as if the force drawing him was too strong to resist. His hands trembled as he reached out toward the glowing figure, the warmth from it beckoning to him like a long-lost embrace. He could almost feel the comfort of it, the relief from the constant tension that had gripped his body ever since he had entered this strange realm. And then, just as he was within a few steps of the figure, everything changed. The warmth evaporated, replaced by an icy coldness that sent a shiver down his spine. The glowing figure twisted and distorted, its shape flickering like a flame caught in the wind. Its face, once comforting, now morphed into something grotesque, something unfamiliar and terrifying. Its eyes were wide, too wide, filled with an emptiness that was worse than the void itself. "Tom," the voice rasped, now harsh and mocking. "You thought you could escape." Tom froze, his breath catching in his throat. The figure's transformation was horrifying, its features contorting into something monstrous, something unnatural. Its smile twisted into a grin that was both sinister and knowing, as if it had been waiting for him all along. The figure stepped forward, its movements jerky and unnerving, as though it were a puppet controlled by invisible strings. "You're not ready for the truth," it hissed, its voice no longer soothing but sharp, jagged. "You never were." The ground beneath Tom's feet shifted violently, and he stumbled backward, his mind spinning with confusion. He tried to make sense of what was happening. Hadn't he been drawn toward this figure? Hadn't he thought it would bring him the answers he sought? He realized too late that the path he had chosen had led him into a trap. The figure lunged at him, its distorted limbs stretching unnaturally as it reached for him, its hands now like twisted claws. Tom barely managed to step back, his heart racing as the cold, dark energy around him pressed in from all sides. "This is the price," the figure sneered. "The price of the truth you seek. You wanted to know what lies beyond the veil, but you're not prepared for it. You're not prepared for what it will cost you." Tom's mind raced, his body frozen in fear. He had made the decision, had chosen to face the darkness, but he hadn't realized what that truly meant. He had come to this place seeking answers, but now the answers seemed more terrifying than he could have ever imagined. The figure's hands reached out again, its claws grazing the air just inches from Tom's face. He stumbled backward, panic rising in his chest. The chamber seemed to stretch infinitely, the darkness closing in, suffocating him. And all the while, the figure's mocking laughter echoed in the void. You thought you could escape the truth, Tom, but the truth is always waiting, lurking in the shadows. And now, you will never be free of it. Tom's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground, his vision blurring with terror and disbelief. He had come to this place seeking the truth, but now he realized that the truth was far more sinister, far more twisted than he could have ever imagined. The light faded, the darkness returned, and the figure vanished into the void, leaving Tom alone with the weight of his decision. Tom lay on the cold, trembling ground, his heart pounding in his chest like a war drum. The darkness around him seemed to close in tighter with every breath he took, its oppressive weight pressing against him, suffocating him. The mocking laughter of the figure still echoed in his mind, reverberating through the empty chamber like a haunting melody. He could almost feel its icy touch lingering on his skin, and the horror of what had just happened continued to churn inside him. The world around him felt distorted, as though the very fabric of reality was bending and warping with every passing second. His mind raced, trying to make sense of the chaos. Had he made a mistake? Had he somehow stumbled into a trap from which there was no escape? He had been so sure of his decision, so certain that facing the truth was the only way forward. But now everything felt wrong. The whispers returned, faint at first, like a distant murmur from the edges of his consciousness. They grew louder, clearer, until they seemed to fill the air around him. They were not words, not phrases, but fragments of voices, broken, disjointed, impossible to understand. They reverberated through the air like the clamor of lost souls, each one a piece of something larger, something far more ancient. Tom tried to stand, but his legs felt weak, his body unresponsive. The weight of his own fear seemed to drag him deeper into the ground, as though the darkness itself was pulling him under. He clenched his fists, trying to steady himself, but the trembling wouldn't stop. And then, just as he was about to give in to the darkness, he heard it, one clear voice, distinct above the others. Tom! He looked up, his breath catching in his throat. The voice was familiar, soft, soothing. It was the voice he had heard before, the one that had called to him in the darkness. The voice of the figure or something like it. But this time the voice was different. There was no mockery in it, no distortion. It was as if it had taken on a new, more comforting tone. Come, the voice said, beckoning him forward. It's time. Tom hesitated, his mind still reeling from the terror of the last moments. But something in the voice, something in its calm, unshakable certainty, stirred something deep within him. He had no idea where it was leading him, no idea what he was about to face, but the desire for answers, for resolution, burned too brightly to ignore. He pushed himself to his feet, his body still unsteady, but his determination growing with each passing second. The darkness around him seemed to recede, just slightly, as though it too was waiting for him to make his choice. The air was thick with anticipation, heavy with the promise of something that could change everything. Tom followed the voice, moving deeper into the unknown. The walls of the chamber seemed to shift as he passed, the strange runes flickering in and out of existence like fractured memories. The whispers had grown louder now, but they weren't just distant fragments of sound. They were more distinct, more coherent. The voices were becoming clearer, more personal, as if they were calling his name from all directions. Tom, you are not alone. Tom, come face yourself. His pulse quickened, and his heart raced in his chest. He could feel the presence of something powerful moving just beyond his reach. It was as if the entire chamber was alive, as if it were waiting for him to step forward, to make the next move. The voice called to him again, its tone now insistent, urging him forward. Come to me, Tom. It's time. Tom felt a cold shiver run down his spine, but he didn't stop. He couldn't. He had come this far, and there was no turning back now. His mind was made up. The path ahead was shrouded in a dense fog, and as he moved through it, he felt a strange sensation wash over him. It was as if the world around him was dissolving, slipping through his fingers like sand. He felt weightless, untethered, as though he were floating through an endless void. And then, as if from nowhere, a figure emerged from the fog. It was him. Tom froze in shock as he looked at the figure standing before him, its features unmistakable. It was a darker version of himself, a reflection twisted and warped by something deep and unfathomable. The figure was taller, its eyes hollow and empty, its face devoid of expression. It looked like him, but it was not him. It was something else, something that existed in the deepest recesses of his own mind. Who are you? Tom asked, his voice trembling. The figure smiled, its lips curling into a twisted, unsettling grin. I am you, Tom, the you that you refuse to face, the you that you keep hidden, buried deep within yourself. Tom took a step back, his heart hammering in his chest. The figure mirrored his every movement, its eyes locking with his. You've been running from this moment for so long, the figure continued, its voice low and mocking. But now you can't escape. The truth is within you, and I am the key. Tom shook his head, trying to make sense of the words, but they felt like 1,000 daggers piercing his mind. No, this isn't real. You're not me. You can't be. The figure's grin widened. Oh, but I am. I've always been here, Tom, lurking in the shadows of your mind, waiting for the moment when you would finally see me. And now that moment has arrived. Tom's breath caught in his throat as the figure took a step forward, its movements slow and deliberate. You wanted the truth, didn't you? Well, here it is. The truth is not some abstract concept, Tom. It's not something you can find out there in the world. The truth is in here. The figure tapped its chest, and Tom felt an icy chill run through his veins. No, Tom shouted, stepping back. I don't want this. I don't want to face you. You don't have a choice, the figure replied, its voice like a whisper in the dark. You can't escape yourself. Not anymore. Tom could feel the weight of the figure's presence pressing in on him, suffocating him, drowning him in its cold, merciless gaze. He had thought he was seeking answers, But now he realized that the answers were not out there in the world. They were within him, and they were more horrifying than he could have ever imagined. He closed his eyes, trying to shut out the figure's words, trying to shut out the truth that it was forcing upon him. But it was no use. The truth had always been there, waiting, just beneath the surface. And now it was impossible to deny. Tom's mind was in turmoil as he stood face to face with the figure that mirrored him. The realization that this dark version of himself had always been lurking in the shadows, waiting for this very moment, sent a shudder down his spine. He had thought the journey through the darkness was to uncover the secrets of the world, but now he understood. This was no external journey. This was the final test of his own psyche. The figure's eyes gleamed with an unsettling intensity, as though it knew every corner of Tom's mind, every secret he had hidden from himself. It was him, yet it wasn't. It was the person he could never fully acknowledge, the fears, the doubts, the things he had buried deep within. "You can't escape me," the figure whispered, its voice like a slithering serpent. "I am everything you've tried to suppress. I am the guilt, the shame, the anger, the parts of you that you can't even face in the light." Tom recoiled, his stomach churning. "No, you're not me. You're just a lie." The figure smiled, but there was no warmth in it, only coldness. "I am your truth, the one you've been running from, the one you can never escape." A flood of memories surged through Tom's mind. Moments of his past he had long buried. Moments of failure, regret, pain. He remembered his childhood, how he had always felt like something was missing, how he had tried to be someone he wasn't just to please others. He remembered the lies he had told himself to avoid facing the reality of his own choices, his own desires. And then there were the mistakes, the ones he could never undo. "Stop!" Tom cried, his voice hoarse as the memories overwhelmed him. "I don't want to remember any of this." But the figure's voice only grew louder, more insistent. "You have to remember, Tom. You have to face what you are, what you've become. Only then will you be free." Tom's knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, his hands clutching his head as the weight of his own past pressed in on him. The darkness around him seemed to grow tighter, suffocating him, as if the walls were closing in. "You're nothing without me," the figure continued, its voice now a low, mocking tone. "Without me, you're just a shell. You've spent your whole life pretending, hiding from who you really are. But I will never leave you. I will always be a part of you." Tom shook his head violently, trying to block out the words, but they were too strong, too powerful. His thoughts were drowning in a sea of regret and self-loathing. He had wanted to escape this place, to find the truth, but now the truth was staring him in the face, and it was more terrifying than he could have ever imagined. He closed his eyes, taking deep, shaky breaths, trying to steady himself. I can't do this." The figure crouched down in front of him, its cold gaze boring into his soul. "You think you can run from yourself, but there's no escape. Not anymore. This is the price of your journey, Tom. This is the price of your soul." Tom's vision blurred, his body trembling with a mix of fear and desperation. He felt as though he were standing on the edge of a cliff, teetering between two worlds, the one he had known and the one he was being forced to confront. But as the figure's words continued to echo in his mind, a spark of defiance ignited deep within him. He had come this far, hadn't he? He had fought against the darkness, against the overwhelming fear that had gripped him from the very beginning. He had faced monsters, illusions, and now he had to face the most terrifying thing of all, himself. With a deep breath, Tom rose to his feet, his body shaking but resolute. "I will face you," he said, his voice trembling but determined. "I won't run anymore." The figure's grin faltered, just for a moment. "You don't have a choice, Tom. You've always been mine." But Tom didn't care. He knew what he had to do now. He had to confront the darkness within himself. He had to accept the truth, even if it shattered him. In a sudden surge of courage, Tom reached out, his hands trembling but firm, as if grasping for something that could anchor him. "I am not you," he whispered, his voice a challenge. "I am more than the fears you've made me believe. I won't be defined by my mistakes." For a moment, the figure faltered. Its expression flickered, shifting between the twisted grin and something else, something almost human. Tom could feel the shift, the crack in the figure's facade, as if the darkness was losing its grip on him. He had stopped running, stopped hiding, and in doing so, he was beginning to reclaim his power. The darkness around him began to recede, slowly at first, like the retreat of a storm. The whispers faded, and the figure before him began to dissolve, its form flickering like a candle flame in the wind. "You can't win," the figure hissed, but its voice was weaker now, desperate. "You can never escape me." But Tom stood tall, his resolve growing stronger. "I already have." And with those words, the figure vanished into the shadows, leaving only the faintest trace of its presence behind. The chamber, once filled with oppressive darkness, now seemed to breathe again, as if the weight had been lifted. The air was clearer, lighter, and Tom could feel the shift within himself. A shift that brought him closer to the truth he had been seeking all along. But the journey was far from over. Tom stood alone in the chamber, his breath shallow and his pulse still racing. The figure, the twisted reflection of himself, was gone, but the memory of its presence lingered like a dark shadow clinging to the edges of his consciousness. He had faced it, confronted the deepest part of his soul, and for the first time he felt a sense of clarity amidst the chaos. But there was no time to rest. The journey was far from over. As the air cleared around him, Tom's mind began to piece together fragments of the path he had walked. He had been running for so long, both from the darkness outside and from the darkness within. But now, for the first time, he felt the weight of that journey, the gravity of what he had uncovered. The answers he had sought were no longer distant or abstract. They were real, raw, and painful. The chamber seemed to shift, its walls pulsing with a faint, otherworldly light. The faint traces of the runes, once dark and intimidating, now glowed with an eerie brilliance. Tom took a step forward, his heart still uncertain, but his feet steady. The path ahead was unclear, but he knew that he had to keep moving. He had to face whatever lay beyond the darkness. The floor beneath him seemed to tremble with every step, vibrating as if the very foundation of the chamber was alive. He felt the pull of something deeper, something calling him forward, urging him to continue. A voice, faint but persistent, echoed in his mind once again. "Come, Tom, you were almost there." The voice was familiar, yet distant, like a memory that refused to fade. It was the same voice that had called him earlier, the one that had guided him through the darkness, the one that had beckoned him toward this moment. He had trusted it once before, but now he wondered if he could trust it again. He paused, his breath catching in his throat. Was this another illusion? Another trap set by the forces that had been manipulating him all along? Or was this the final truth, the last piece of the puzzle? Tom's mind raced, the uncertainty clawing at him. But deep down, he knew he had to keep going. He had come so far, and he couldn't turn back now. With determination, he stepped forward, the floor beneath him crackling as though in response. The walls of the chamber seemed to shift and bend around him, warping as though the very space itself was reacting to his presence. The air grew colder, and Tom could feel the change. Something was different. Something was shifting in the atmosphere. And then, as he moved deeper into the chamber, the path before him seemed to open up, revealing a vast expanse. It was like stepping into a new world, one that felt both familiar and utterly alien at the same time. The sky above him was a deep, swirling black, dotted with stars that shimmered and flickered like distant memories. The ground beneath him was cracked and uneven, like an old, forgotten ruin. It was a place caught between worlds, suspended in time and space, and Tom felt the weight of its ancient presence pressing in on him. He took another step, and the air around him shimmered, as if responding to his movements. A soft, almost imperceptible hum filled the silence, vibrating through the ground and up into his bones. The hum grew louder, more insistent, until it filled his entire being, drowning out everything else. Tom felt his mind begin to unravel, as though the very fabric of his consciousness was being stretched thin. Tom, the voice returned, now clearer than ever. It was soft, soothing, almost comforting, but there was something unsettling about it, something that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. "Who are you?" Tom asked, his voice trembling. The voice responded, but it was not a direct answer. Instead, it filled his mind with fragmented images, fleeting visions that came and went too quickly for him to fully understand. He saw a figure, a dark silhouette, standing on the edge of a precipice, staring out over an endless abyss. And then the figure turned, its face obscured by shadows, and Tom could feel its eyes upon him, as if they were watching him from afar. The vision shifted, and now Tom saw himself. Only it wasn't the Tom he knew. It was a different version, one that was twisted, broken, consumed by the darkness. This version of him was lost, wandering through an endless void, searching for something he could never find. Tom felt a chill in his bones as the vision faded, leaving only the lingering sense of something deeply unsettling. The voice spoke again, and this time it was almost like a whisper directly in his ear. "Do you see, Tom? Do you understand now?" Tom's chest tightened as the weight of the question hit him. The truth, the one he had been seeking all this time, was not an external force, not something hidden in the depths of some ancient chamber. It was within him. It had always been within him, and now it was clear. The darkness he had been running from was not a separate entity. It was a part of him, his fear, his regrets, his guilt, all manifesting as the very thing that had haunted him for so long. He could no longer deny it. The truth was that he had been avoiding himself, avoiding the things he could not face. And now there was nowhere left to run. Tom dropped to his knees, overwhelmed by the weight of the revelation. The hum in the air grew louder, vibrating through his very core, shaking him to the very depths of his being. "I am not ready for this," Tom whispered, his voice breaking. I can't face it." But the voice was unyielding. "You have no choice. You must." Tom closed his eyes, his body trembling, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, he let go. He let go of the fear, the guilt, the shame, and the regret. He embraced the darkness within him, not as an enemy, but as a part of himself that needed to be acknowledged. He could not outrun it anymore. The only way forward was through it. And as he did, something shifted in the air. The humming ceased, and the ground beneath him seemed to settle. The oppressive weight of the chamber began to lift, and the world around him slowly began to take shape once more. The sky above him cleared, revealing a soft, golden light that bathed the entire expanse in warmth. The cracked ground began to heal, and the ruins around him seemed to rebuild themselves, piece by piece, as if the very fabric of reality was mending itself in response to his acceptance. Tom stood, his body weary but his heart lighter than it had ever been. The journey was far from over, but he had taken the first step toward understanding, and in that moment it was enough. Tom stood in the center of the transformed landscape, gazing at the golden light that now bathed the world around him. The ruins that once seemed like a forsaken, decaying place now appeared vibrant, as though life itself was returning to this broken realm. The ground beneath him was solid, and the hum that had rattled his very core was gone, replaced by a profound silence. But despite the beauty of the scene before him, there was still a lingering unease. Tom felt as if he was standing on the edge of something far greater than himself. The journey was not over. It had only just begun. He glanced around, his heart still racing from the intensity of the past few moments. His mind felt clearer than it had in ages, but there was no denying the exhaustion that weighed on him. He had faced his own darkness, seen the parts of himself he had spent years avoiding, and for the first time he felt the stirring of acceptance within. Yet, the deeper truth still eluded him, like an unseen force beckoning him onward. As Tom began to walk forward, the path ahead unfolded before him. The landscape stretched out endlessly, but it was no longer the oppressive void it once was. The once cracked earth had healed, and the air was filled with a fresh, invigorating scent, like rain on dry soil. The path was lit by the soft glow of the golden light, guiding him with its warmth. "Tom," the voice returned, once again gentle yet firm. It resonated through him not as a command, but as a reassurance. "I'm here," he whispered, though he wasn't entirely sure who or what was speaking to him. "You are ready." Tom paused, uncertainty creeping in again. "Ready for what?" "I faced what I could. I've accepted it. But why does it still feel like I'm missing something?" The voice did not answer immediately. Instead, the ground beneath him began to tremble again, this time less violently, more like a subtle vibration. The golden light dimmed, and the sky shifted, darkening to a deep blue. The air grew heavy, as though something ancient was stirring just beyond his reach. "Because you were not finished?" the voice whispered, now tinged with a note of finality. You must find the heart of the truth, Tom. Not just the darkness you've overcome, but the light you have yet to embrace. The words resonated deep within Tom. He had fought the shadows for so long, but perhaps the true test was not just about conquering the dark within himself. It was about discovering the light that had always been there, buried beneath the fear and regret, the light that had been waiting for him to acknowledge it. He took a deep breath, his eyes closing for a moment as he gathered himself. He could feel the stirrings of something powerful, something pure, emerging from within, but it was like trying to hold onto a fleeting thought, one that was constantly slipping away. I don't know where to find it, he whispered to the emptiness around him. How can I find the light when it feels so far away? The voice responded, this time not with words, but with a wave of warmth that washed over him, filling him with a sense of calm. It was not a physical warmth, but a profound inner peace that seemed to spread from his heart outward. You have always known, Tom, the voice said softly. You've just been too afraid to look. The light has always been within you. Tom's eyes snapped open, a realization dawning on him like the first rays of sunlight breaking through a darkened sky. The truth he had been searching for was not some external force or knowledge. It was within him, waiting for him to unlock it. The darkness had shaped him, but it was the light that would guide him forward. He took a tentative step forward, and the path ahead shifted again. This time, the earth seemed to rise beneath his feet, creating a staircase of sorts, leading upward into the sky. The golden light returned, brighter than before, as if welcoming him to the next phase of his journey. With each step he took, the world around him seemed to shift and reshape, responding to his movement. The landscape around him began to blossom with life. Flowers blooming, trees growing tall, rivers of crystal clear water flowing through the once barren earth. It was as if the world was alive again, as if his very presence was rekindling the spark of creation. But even as the world around him transformed, Tom knew he was not alone. The weight of his past, the lingering shadow of his fears, still hung in the air, and he knew that to truly move forward, he would need to let go of everything that had held him back. He reached the top of the staircase, and in front of him stood a figure, bathed in the same golden light. For a moment, Tom froze, his heart pounding in his chest. The figure was tall and imposing, but there was no fear in its presence. Instead, Tom felt a deep sense of recognition, as if he had encountered this being before. "Who are you?" Tom asked, his voice steady, but the question weighed heavily on him. The figure turned toward him, and for the first time, Tom saw its face. It was not unfamiliar. It was him, yet not him. It was his reflection, but this time, it was a version of himself that radiated peace, acceptance, and understanding. The figure's eyes were calm, filled with a wisdom that transcended words. "I am you," the figure said softly, "and you are me. You've searched for me all along, Tom, but I was never lost. I was always here." Tom felt a wave of emotion rise within him, a mixture of relief, sadness, and awe. "So, I've been looking for myself all this time?" The figure nodded. "The darkness and the light, they are both parts of you. And until you accepted both, you could never truly understand who you were. But now you see, you have embraced the light within you. You are whole, Tom's chest tightened with emotion as the realization settled in. The journey he had undertaken, the battles he had fought, and the darkness he had confronted, all of it had led him to this moment. He had been searching for answers outside himself, but the truth had always been within him, waiting to be discovered. He stepped forward, the golden light surrounding him as he approached the figure. He could feel the warmth, the peace, and the love radiating from it, and he knew in that moment that he had finally found what he had been searching for. "Thank you," Tom whispered, his voice filled with gratitude. "I understand now." The figure smiled, and as it did, the world around them seemed to glow brighter, the golden light intensifying until it was blinding. Tom closed his eyes, feeling the warmth envelop him completely, and in that moment, he knew he was ready for whatever came next. He was not just a man lost in darkness. He was someone who had found his way back to the light.